Chapter 3460. Do you see that? This is my new power! The Koi King sneered, and her expression became ferocious. The two blades in her hands danced again, and the cold blade light flashed again. The blade was too fast. In an instant, it was already close. Ling Xiao clearly felt that he had avoided it, but he was still inexplicably hit. Seeing two more bloody marks on his body, Ling Xiao became more and more curious. The power of this demon spirit was really powerful. To be able to let a heaven-changing Fate Realm martial artist exert the strength of a first-level reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. Moreover, this first-level reincarnation Divine Realm demon spirit seemed to be much stronger than those good-for-nothings in the God-Devil City. Was it because of the effect of the combination? Or was the demon spirit so powerful when she was alive? It was hard to say. But would Ling Xiao be afraid of a first-level reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist? He finally entered the transformation state of the limitless heavenly rat beast soul. Then, the power of the Tyrant martial spirit was released. At this moment, Ling Xiao was truly attacking with all his strength. No matter what tricks you play, it's useless. You will die today! The Koi King saw the terrifying battle power released by Ling Xiao. It was the same feeling as in the Ice Emperor's mausoleum. She was a little afraid, so her attack was even faster. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao quickly. The blade light was still so fast. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he didn't bother to. He took out the Ice Age. Holding it in his hand, he waved it out crazily. The Koi King was originally attacking Ling Xiao, but she felt the terrifying energy erupting from the Ice Age. At that moment, her body movements became much slower. Damn it! The Koi King frowned and could only wave the short blade in her hand to block the Ice Age. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded. The two retreated at the same time. The Koi King with the first-level reincarnation Divine Realm demon spirit was really not easy to deal with. This woman was a genius, much stronger than ordinary first-level reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Excuse me, I'm going to take a look inside the Emperor Temple." With the help of the Koi King's attack, he retreated into the Imperial Temple. After that, the doors to the Emperor's Temple closed with a bang. The warrior souls inside closed the door. There was a mechanism on the door of the Arch Temple, so it was easy to do this. The Koi King tried to attack the temple door, but not only was it ineffective, it was even injured. Left with no choice, the Koi King could only stop his attacks and gloomily stare at the entrance of the Imperial Temple. He was so close to being able to kill Ling Xiao. What a pity! At this moment, in the central square, everyone looked at the battle helplessly. Ling Xiao's life is really tough. But what exactly is that ancient temple? Why haven't I heard of it before? Could it be that the person who entered the world of the dead has the key item to open the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum? No matter what it is, if we enter that place, we might find something good. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao will become even stronger after he comes out. The master of the God-Devil Order said coldly. Mo Ling. I didn't expect that even the Mo Ling would appear. It seems that the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum is not far away. The warrior souls hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he now knew that Dark Frost, Ling Xiao, and the warrior souls were not dead. As long as they were not dead, the people outside would not dare to do anything to him, nor would they do anything to him. After all, he was just a lackey. After stepping into the Emperor's temple, Ling Xiao walked forward with the warrior souls while healing his injuries. They began to explore the mysteries of the Emperor's temple. Ling Xiao believed that the Koi King could get the help of the Mo Ling. He would definitely be able to do it too. His luck had always been good. After walking for a while, the two of them saw countless memorial tablets. From top to bottom, they were densely packed. There were at least 1,000 of them. The one at the top was labeled Ancient Sword Empress. Below that were the 8 great ancient emperors. Following that were the memorial tablets of the various kings and generals. The owners of these memorial tablets were at least at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. The Mo Ling that the Koi King got previously should be one of them. The Ancient Sword Empress should be the Ancient Sword Emperor's woman. Ling Xiao thought and went to look for the Ancient Sword Emperor's memorial tablet. He realized that it did not exist. It seemed that the Ancient Sword Emperor did not set up a memorial tablet here. His memorial tablet should be in the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Warrior souls, see if there is a suitable Mo Ling for you, Ling Xiao said to the warrior souls and then sat down cross-legged. His soul power began to explore the memorial tablets, hoping to find a suitable Mo Ling for himself. The moment he touched the memorial tablet, there was suddenly a lot of information in Ling Xiao's mind. A Mo Ling can have 2 at most. The strength of a Mo Ling is at most 2 levels higher than a martial artist. Soul power, comprehension, and the strength of the martial soul will all affect the strength and number of Mo Ling. This information at least allowed Ling Xiao to understand why the Koi King could only get a first-level reincarnation divine realm Mo Ling. There were many powerful devil spirits, but whether or not you had the qualifications to obtain them was another matter altogether. At this time, the warrior souls must have received the same information. He did not speak but continued to explore. His soul power could tell him which Mo Ling was most suitable for him, and which level was the most suitable for him. Just as he was exploring, the Ice Age on his body suddenly glowed with a strange luster. The Ice Emperor's memorial tablet also began to glow. The luster of the 2 items merged into one. Ling Xiao suddenly burst out with a shrill scream. It was too terrifying. That kind of power almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. Fortunately, he had the Sky Tyrant martial soul. A powerful martial soul and powerful soul power quickly suppressed this horror. When he came back to his senses, the Ice Emperor's memorial tablet had disappeared. Furthermore, he could feel that a terrifying demonic spirit had appeared in his body, the Ice Empress. The Ice Emperor's true strength is actually at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Ling Xiao had this feeling the moment he got the Ice Emperor's Mo Ling. However, even though he had obtained such a powerful Mo Ling, the true strength he could use was at most at the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm. As his cultivation base increased, the strength of the Ice Emperor's Mo Ling would also be further unsealed. The Ice Emperor was a martialist at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm? What level was the Ancient Sword Emperor at? Ling Xiao had never heard of a realm above the reincarnation divine realm. Above the reincarnation divine realm is the reincarnation divine meridian realm. From this realm onwards, one has to prepare for the next reincarnation. Both the physical body and the spirit will be strengthened. Only then will one be able to withstand the torture of the next reincarnation. The Yuan Venerate suddenly said. Reincarnation divine meridian realm. This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of such a realm. It seemed like the Ancient Sword Emperor should be a powerhouse of this realm. Or perhaps even stronger? You don't seem surprised? The Yuan Venerate said with a smile. There's nothing to be surprised about. The first reincarnation is extremely risky. The second reincarnation will most likely be a narrow escape. If one is not adequately prepared, I'm afraid one won't survive. The existence of these realms is more reasonable. Chapter 3461. Good lad. I didn't dare tell you this in the past because I was afraid that you would be confused. Now, it seems like I was thinking too much. You're much stronger and calmer than I thought you would be. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. All right, you've gotten the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. You've really profited this time. The Ice Emperor's inheritance and the Ice Emperor's demon spirit are actually the most perfect combination. Take your time to familiarize yourself with it. I won't disturb you any further. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and discovered that the warrior's soul was still comprehending. Thus, he didn't disturb him. Instead, he sat aside and began to familiarize himself with the use of the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. He wasn't greedy. Although he could still try to obtain other demon spirits, he had to at least familiarize himself with the Ice Emperor's demon spirit first. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if he was too greedy? after an unknown amount of time. Perhaps an hour. The doors of the Arch Temple, which were originally closed, opened automatically. Ling Xiao stood up abruptly. It seemed like the Arch Temple didn't allow martialists to stay inside. If one couldn't comprehend after a certain period of time, they could only leave. Otherwise, they might face danger. When the doors opened, the martialists outside would enter. Rustling sounds could be heard from inside. "Is it a spirit?" the warrior's soul asked suddenly. "Are you done?" "Yes, I came to the right place. I obtained a first-level reincarnation divine-grade demon spirit. This is awesome," the warrior's soul said excitedly. "As long as you're happy." Ling Xiao didn't have the nerve to say that he had obtained the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. Otherwise, the warrior's soul would be upset again. "Oh?" When Ling Xiao stepped out of the Arch Temple, he saw two people. One was the Koi King. The other was Prince Tian. Both the Koi King and Prince Tian possessed demon spirits. It seemed like there was more than one Arch Temple in the world of the dead. The things inside were probably the same. "Are you here to kill me?" Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the two of them. He did not have the armor of laws. That would mean that he would really die, unlike other martial artists. Even if other martial artists died, they could rely on the rule armor to survive. "It's good that you know. I was just waiting for you and that Soul Palace trash to come out." The Koi King looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. She had originally planned to wait here alone, but she considered that Ling Xiao had a helper. That was why he went to look for Prince Tian. Fortunately, he was not late. Ling Xiao had just walked out of the Arch Temple. "I have to thank you for bringing him here." Ling Xiao pointed at Prince Tian and sneered. "What do you mean?" The Koi King did not understand. "Don't you understand? This time, in the world of the dead, the one I want to kill the most is Prince Tian. As for you, I don't hate you that much." Ling Xiao smiled. "Cut the crap. You don't hate me, but I hate you to the core. Today, you must die." The Koi King roared. "Koi King, don't be angry. With me here today, he won't be able to survive." Prince Tian stood in front of the Koi King proudly. "I'm your man. Naturally, I have to solve your problem for you." "Thank you, but let me go first. I can't wait to eat his flesh piece by piece. If I'm not a match for him, it won't be too late for you to make a move," the Koi King said. What she wanted to do the most now was to kill Ling Xiao with her own hands. If it was someone else, she would not be able to vent her hatred. "Do you really think I don't exist?" Duhan had obtained the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, and his combat strength was not inferior to the Koi King. Therefore, he wanted to participate in the battle this time. "Brother Duhan, can you give me a chance to show off?" Ling Xiao looked at Duhan and smiled. "Why? You want to deal with the two of them alone?" Duhan was stunned for a moment. "That's Prince Tian, who has the Sky Sword inheritance." "I know, but I still want to try. If I can't even kill him, wouldn't I have no chance against King Zhong?" Ling Xiao was still smiling. All right, I'll give it to you. But let's make it clear. If I see that you can't do it, I'll definitely intervene. You're the Temple Master's good brother. I definitely can't let you die," Duhan said. "No problem, but I'm afraid you won't have that chance. To be honest, I don't care about these two people." Ling Xiao looked at Prince Tian and the Koi King with strong confidence in his eyes. "Stupid guy, you're so full of yourself. Koi King, don't kill him too quickly. Play with him slowly until he dies." Prince Tian was completely infuriated by Ling Xiao's attitude. When Ling Xiao first entered the immemorial divine tomb, he was just a nobody. He only let him escape because he underestimated his opponent. But he did not take this kid seriously. But that time in the green zone, Ling Xiao's combat strength shocked him greatly. Today, Ling Xiao's attitude infuriated him even more. How dare a little rat look down on him, Prince Tian? Even if you don't say it, I won't let him go. The Koi King took out his dual blades again and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. "Don't think that you can fight against me just because you have a demon's soul. You have a demon soul for a much shorter time than me. I don't believe that you can use it better than me. The Koi King walked towards Ling Xiao and said angrily. Obviously, he was also infuriated by Ling Xiao's contempt. Ling Xiao ignored him. With a wave of his hand, the water and the air condensed into a sword of ice. This was the ability he gained after obtaining the Ice Emperor's demon soul. The sword of ice was completely condensed from Ice True Yuan. It was probably even more powerful than the Ice Sovereign sword and was close to a precious Emperor weapon. Sword of True Yuan? Most people can condense a sword of True Yuan, but it's just an empty shell. It's not as good as a mortal-grade Emperor weapon. The Koi King sneered and lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. He flew up like a dragonfly. In an instant he flew towards Ling Xiao. The two aqua-blue weapons flickered with a strange cold light. His speed was indeed faster than before. However, Ling Xiao was even more indifferent than before. His body instantly entered the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Then, the sword of ice in his hand looked like he was casually swinging it. There was no speed, nor any feeling of surging power. It felt like he was just playing. Do you think your defense can block this sword of mine? To tell you the truth, my previous 2 attacks were not mature enough. But this time, the attack is at least 3 times stronger than before. Can you block it? The Koi King's voice sounded. The 2 short blades in his hand merged into one, and his lethality increased sharply. However, Ling Xiao still casually stabbed out with his sword. The sword of ice moved forward at a very steady speed in the void. The moment it touched the opponent, the cold air suddenly exploded. The entire space seemed to have turned into an ice cave. At that moment, the Koi King's body suddenly trembled. His arms were frozen stiff. The 2 blades in his hand fell to the ground. Chapter 3462. Qi! Ling Xiao's sword pierced the Koi King's throat. It was like stabbing into a piece of tofu. The Koi King's defense was completely ineffective. How is this possible? The Koi King's body gradually turned into white light. The moment she was teleported out, she still could not believe that she was eliminated so easily. That feeling was simply like a dream. The opponent's sword was clearly so slow. How could there be such a terrifying cold sword intent? Could it be the Ice Emperor? Could it be that he obtained the Ice Emperor's devil spirit? I hope you can learn a lesson this time. Otherwise, the next time I meet you, I'm afraid the rule armor won't be able to save you. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the Koi King's ear. The Koi King was finally completely teleported out. It was only at that moment that she suddenly understood that since the battle in the Ice Emperor's mausoleum, Ling Xiao had grown again. Moreover, the speed of his growth was simply astonishing. It had already exceeded her imagination. She was defeated. Not only was her body defeated, even her soul had been defeated. Revenge? Did she really have a chance to take revenge? In the central square, Dragon Mother's face was very ugly. On the big screen, the scene just now was clearly played out. And when the Koi King was forcibly teleported out, everything that happened on the screen was confirmed. The Koi King was defeated by Ling Xiao once again. If it was said that the Koi King had underestimated the opponent last time, then what about this time? Ling Xiao actually eliminated the Koi King so easily. What kind of terrifying extent had that kid from the 8 Immortals country grown to? No wonder this kid is so rampant. It's indeed a bit interesting. They both entered the Emperor's temple and obtained the Devil Spirit, but the improvement was completely different. The Koi King's talent is far inferior to his. The God Devil token owner stroked his chin and smiled with interest. It's a pity that such a genius has to offend me. You killed so many people from the Blood Axe Snake clan, there's no possibility of you surviving. No matter what, you have to die. Dragon Mother suddenly looked at the battle soul hiding in the crowd, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, his body trembled as he charged towards the war spirit. Since they were temporarily unable to find trouble with Ling Xiao, they could only vent their anger on Soul Palace. When the crowd saw Dragon Mother's behavior, some were disdainful, while some were gloating. Who asked War Soul to have a good relationship with Ling Xiao? Serves you right. It seems like there are always people who don't put me in their eyes. Dragon Mother! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Dragon Mother felt dizzy. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. She was the #1 expert of the western regions. However, in front of the master of the Fiend God token, he was unable to withstand a single blow. If you want revenge, wait until the Divine Invitational Tournament is over. Now, if anyone dares to make a move here, don't blame me for being rude. The owner of the Fiend God token did not care who died, but he cared about his face. If someone was killed in the competition that he presided over, and it was outside of the rules, he would be punished. Then where would he put his face? Dragon Mother got up from the ground and obediently returned to the Tato Land's array. The strength of the master of the Fiend God token once again shocked everyone. Make an enemy out of such a person? Unless your brain is sick or you don't want to live anymore. Everyone looked at the big screen again. At this time, Prince Tian was facing off against Ling Xiao. One of them obtained the Sky Sword Emperor Demon Spirit, while the other obtained the Ice Emperor Demon Spirit. In terms of the strength of the Demon Spirit, there was no difference between them. However, during the battle, who was stronger would be revealed. It was the same ancient Emperor-level Demon Spirit. When Ling Xiao used it, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was as if he was using his own strength. However, Prince Tian was different. Every time he attacked, there would be a moment of stagnation. Obviously, there was a lack of communication between him and the Sky Sword Emperor Demon Spirit. Or he could not completely control it freely. In such a battle, Prince Tian soon fell into a disadvantage. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. The more he fought, the more terrified he became. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, he chose to escape. The dignified Prince Tian, is this your greatest ability? Ling Xiao ridiculed and rushed out to chase. War Soul also followed. King Zhong, save me! Prince Tian shouted as he ran away. Following Prince Tian's shout, a terrifying aura came from afar at an extremely fast speed. A moment later, it was already nearby. Ling Xiao sighed. Anyway, Prince Tian had the armor of rules. He could not kill him. If King Zhong came and the two of them joined forces, he was afraid he would be in trouble. War Soul, let's go! A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Anyway, there was still a one-on-one battle. And at that time, Prince Tian would no longer have the armor of rules. He wanted to kill Prince Tian in front of everyone. When King Zhong arrived, Ling Xiao and War Soul had already left. However, Ling Xiao's luck was not good this time. On the way, he met another powerful existence. An Kong of all countries. A Loki expert who was not famous. An Kong saw Ling Xiao and revealed a smile on his face. Koi was eliminated by you, right? Ling Xiao did not know how he found out, but there was nothing to deny about such things. He nodded. That's right. It's good that you admit it. And Kong sneered, and a demonic eye appeared behind him. Ling Xiao had heard of his ability. He could hit the enemy 100% of the time. No matter what kind of attack, the enemy would not be able to avoid it. Of course, there was a limit to this. It must be within a kilometer. And now, the distance between the two was only 50 to 60 meters. It was just within An Kang's shooting range. Haha, this time Ling Xiao is dead for sure. The Revenge Alliance, Heavenly Imperial Court, and all countries' martial artists suddenly became excited. Through the big screen, they saw Ling Xiao's encounter with An Kang. Each and every one of them wanted to jump up. On the other hand, Dragon Mother's gloomy expression finally showed some joy. Can we not fight? Ling Xiao asked. No! An Kang sneered. Then let's see if you can stop me. War Soul, I'll have to trouble you first. Ling Xiao directly put the War Soul into the beast ring. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to escape. After placing the War Soul, his figure flashed as he used Blizzard Eye Sealing Steps and fled into the distance. Do you think you can escape? An Kang sneered, and the demonic eye behind him flickered. A powerful aura spewed out from his palm. It accurately hit Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao had tried, and it was useless no matter how hard he tried. The force seemed to be able to lock onto the enemy. No matter how he dodged, it would eventually hit him. Suction palm! With an angry roar from Kong, the force turned into a stream of water, pulling Ling Xiao's body back and flying in Kang's direction. Break for me! Ling Xiao no longer tried to escape. An explosive aura was released from his body, instantly breaking apart the stream of water. At the same time, it froze. However, Kong seemed to have expected this. He was already prepared for the next step of his attack. His figure flashed, and like a swimming fish, he appeared behind Ling Xiao in an instant. Chapter 3463. He could feel the killing intent coming from Kong. Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head. A sword light exploded from his hand, and then pierced towards Kong's waist. Kill! Terrifying killing intent blossomed from Ling Xiao's body. Although there was no enemy in his eyes, his killing intent had already locked onto the enemy. Not only was this sword sudden, but it also contained a terrifying chill. In that instant, even Kong felt the chill descend, and his body's movements were clearly much slower. Ling Xiao's sword suddenly sped up. Within the domain of absolute frost, the speed of his frost sword was extremely fast. Moreover, he had already released the Ice Emperor's devil spirit. That kind of speed was not only difficult to see with the naked eye. It was as if he completely ignored the restrictions of distance. When he made his move, the sword was already at Kong's throat. Kong's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. However, he was still a second-level reincarnation God realm martial artist, so his reaction was still extremely fast. The palm that attacked Ling Xiao was used to block Ling Xiao's Ice sword. Chi! However, this sword was much stronger than he had imagined. He had reacted hastily again. His entire right palm was pierced through by the Ice sword. Because it was too cold, there was actually no blood. Only the heart-wrenching pain caused Kong's expression to darken. He had never suffered at the hands of a life-sizer before. To him, a martial artist like Ling Xiao could be easily killed as long as he made a move. But this time, he had been hit. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, this sword would have pierced his throat and sent him out of the world of the dead. If he was eliminated, it would be truly humiliating. Today, you must die! In that instant, Kong exploded with anger that he had never shown before. His entire body began to change. Originally, he was completely in human form, but now, he looked 70% like a fish. The fish scales on his body shone. His battle intent completely erupted. This was the original form of the Sea Clan. However, many of them thought that the human form was more beautiful. It was also more suitable for living on land. Therefore, after coming to land, they chose to completely transform into human form. However, the Sea Clan was the Sea Clan. Once they fought to the point of forgetting themselves, they would forget everything. A terrifying murderous aura was still being emitted from his body. He punched out with both of his fists, and two terrifying streams of water turned into two flood dragons that collided with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swung his sword to block, but the sword of ice in his hand was actually shattered by Kong. The remaining power then struck his body. He was pushed back more than 10 steps. However, Ling Xiao didn't let Kong off easily. The moment the sword of ice shattered, the ice shards exploded in Kang's palm. The hand was blown to smithereens and could no longer be used. Kong did not care about his shattered palm and continued to attack. The blood fused into the water flow and condensed into a trident, which stabbed viciously toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no intention of backing down. Looks like you didn't obtain the devil spirit. If that's the case, then go to hell. After a few exchanges, Ling Xiao had already figured out Kang's background. Although Kang's cultivation was strong, he did not obtain a devil spirit. This way, Ling Xiao could control the Ice Emperor's demon spirit and possibly defeat Kong. He no longer used the Sword of Ice. Ling Xiao directly summoned the Ice Age. The Ice Age was also a mass of cold air. Then, it condensed into a two-handed great sword. Ling Xiao held it in his hand and actually felt much more comfortable than before. It was also easier to control. This was probably the influence of the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. Kill! Facing the crazy and Kong, Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The Ice Age in his hand shuttled through the domain of extreme cold. Its speed was at least 2 times faster than outside the domain. Boom! Kacha! And Kang's trident collided with the Ice Age and was instantly frozen. Then it shattered. At this moment, Kong finally revealed a look of fear. Demon spirit! You actually obtained the Ice Emperor's demon spirit! No wonder you're so powerful! It's too late to know now. Ling Xiao originally didn't plan to fight Kong head-on, because no matter who won, they would consume a lot of energy. If Prince Tian and King Zhong chased after him at this time, it would be troublesome. However, this Kong insisted on killing him, so he could only passively fight. The Ice Emperor's demon spirit, and the Ice Emperor's inheritance. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like the Ice Emperor's reappearance. The terrifying Ice Age's sword slashed at Kong, causing him to be unable to fight back. Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art! Seeing that the situation was about right, Ling Xiao actually tried to use the Ice Age to execute the Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art. The moment the sword art was successfully condensed, Ling Xiao knew that his judgment was correct. The Ice Age and the Ice Supreme Sword were both ice-type weapons. However, its grade was much higher than the Ice Supreme Sword. Although Ling Xiao was still unable to fully unleash the power of the Ice Age. However, this sword was even more terrifying than the one released by the Ice Supreme Sword. Kong turned around and fled in fear. He knew that he couldn't block this sword. However, he didn't fly far before he was kicked back by a figure. It just so happened to collide with Ling Xiao's Ice Age. The Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art completely exploded. At that moment, Kong was filled with regret. He was depressed. Why did he have to stop Ling Xiao? He didn't have to be eliminated. However, at this moment, his body had already turned into white light and flew out of the world of the dead. How could this be? Even Kong was eliminated by that Ling Xiao. How could this Ling Xiao become so strong? Many people who hated Ling Xiao felt very upset at this moment. They were filled with a sense of loss. They were also filled with fear. They originally looked down on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's strength had increased to such a level. They finally began to revere him. At this moment, among the warriors of the Western region, the only ones who could truly pose a threat to Ling Xiao were Dragon Mother and the leader of the Avenging Alliance. Even a martial artist at the second level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm might not be his match if he didn't obtain the demon spirit. How could this be? The Heavenly King gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more unlikely it would be for him to obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. How many people are left to be eliminated? There's only one left. While everyone was talking, many battles were still going on in the world of the dead. Out of the 10 people sent by the owner of the Fiend God Order, 3 had been eliminated. Only 7 people were left. 2 of them were killed by Feng Fei and Tiahai Tyranny. It was obvious that those 2 had obtained the demon spirit, and their fighting strength had soared. One had Fairy Linglong's demon spirit, while the other had Emperor Yan's demon spirit. The other person was killed by Darkfrost. There were still 12 people left from the Western region. 2 from Soul Hall, Dark Frost and Soul Battle. 3 from 8 Immortals Country, Ling Xiao, Little Jean, and Cold Plum. 3 from the Avenging Alliance, Feng Fei, Tiahai Tyranny, and Linglong Saintus. 1 from 10,000 Countries, Dragon Shark King. 2 from Celestial Dynasty, Imperial Prince Tian, Duke of Zhong, and Long Qin. Out of the remaining 19 people, 1 had to be eliminated. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't end. However, there were still many battles going on at the same time. Someone could be eliminated at any time. Chapter 3464. Little girl, you're here? The one who kicked Kong over was Dark Frost. I heard princes shout that day. I guessed that you were here, so I came over. Dark Frost smiled. Palace Master! Dohan was also released from Ling Zhao's beast ring. He said excitedly, I don't know what the situation is like now, but we're lucky to have 2 people left in our soul hall. That's right. The 10 guys sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order are too strange. Not only are they strong, but 7 of them have already obtained the Devil's Soul. Dark Frost sighed. While the 3 of them were talking, Prince Tian and King Zhong had already left quietly. Originally, Prince Tian and King Zhong had come to take revenge, but when they saw Dark Frost present, they did not dare to talk about revenge. The 2 of them might not be able to defeat Dark Frost alone. At this moment, somewhere on the battlefield, the Dragon Shark King was facing 2 experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order alone. It seemed that he had been forced into a corner. However, there was not the slightest worry on his face. His eyes were filled with confidence. After experiencing the battle with Ling Xiao, he understood his flaws. After that, he obtained the 7-star Battle Emperor's inheritance. He even found the 7-star Battle Emperor's Devil Soul in the world of the dead. His combat strength had greatly increased. 1 against 2, it was very troublesome. However, it did not mean that there was no chance of winning. This chance of winning was the other party's underestimation of him. He had reached a point where he could no longer retreat. One of the opponents suddenly attacked, and he was finally alone. Although this so-called alone was actually just a distance of more than 10 meters. However, to the Dragon Shark King, this was his only chance, and it was also the chance he had been waiting for. A saber suddenly appeared and pierced through that person's body. That person turned into a white light and was teleported out. 7-star saber! This is the weapon left behind by the 7-star Battle Emperor. It's a weapon of the same level as the Ice Age. The Dragon Shark King had used it to eliminate one of the experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order. At this point, the final list of the 18 people was finally out. No matter who continued to fight, it would be considered a violation of the rules and would be removed from the promotion list. It seems to be over? Ling Xiao saw a circle of light appear under Dark Frost and Dohan's feet. He knew that this should be a sign that they were about to be teleported out. There was no circle of light under his feet. It was probably because he didn't have any armor of rules, so he had to walk out of the portal himself. Helplessly, this was the only way. You guys go on ahead. I'll catch up with you soon. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he fled in the direction he had come from. After walking for about 100 meters, he suddenly stopped. The reason for that was because a door had appeared not too far away from him. Outside the door were 9 weapons, the weapons used by the 9 Supremes in the past. Inside that door, there was an aura that made people yearn for it. He wanted to walk over and open the door. However, the door gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao frowned. What he could confirm was that this door did not exist when he came here. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a dot on the map of the Divine Tomb of the Western regions began to flicker. After zooming in, this was the location of the world of the dead. It seems that this map of the Western region is indeed related to the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. But I don't know what the connection is. Maybe I'll have to wait until I enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum to find out. Ling Xiao looked around. A chilly wind blew, and suddenly, many departed spirits appeared. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He rushed out of the portal and arrived at the central square. When he arrived at the central square, there were already many people gathered there. Those who were eliminated and those who advanced were all there. However, Ling Xiao found that everyone's expression was not very good. What's going on? Ling Xiao walked up to Dark Frost and asked. The owner of the God and Devil Order suddenly announced a change in the rules. The 6 people he sent out will directly get 6 opportunities to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. The 12 people from the Western region will have to fight. The remaining 6 people will have the opportunity to enter the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. These 6 people will fight again. In the end, the first place can invite 3 people to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. The second place can invite 2 people. The third place can only invite 1 person. This person must be chosen from the Western region martial artists. Darkfrost explained. It sounds very complicated. In any case, it was originally a dispensable battle, but now it has become a battle that must be fought. Ling Xiao asked. Yes, that's the principle. Darkfrost sighed and said, The owner of the God and Devil Order is really capricious. It can't be helped. He's stronger. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Let's do as he says first. In any case, he won't not give us a chance. Because he still wants us to bring out the ancient sword Emperor's inheritance and give it to him. Everyone, listen up. In the second round of battle, you can kill or cripple your opponent's cultivation. The battle will end when the opponent is killed or falls out of the ring. You are not allowed to admit defeat during the battle. Of course, you can choose to jump out of the ring yourself. A woman standing beside the owner of the God and Devil Order said loudly. Will people die? Hearing this, the people from the various major forces of the Western region frowned. If you're afraid of death, then don't participate and just forfeit. In any case, only the strong can obtain the inheritance in the ancient sword Emperor's mausoleum. It's a waste of time for trash to enter. The owner of the God and Devil Order sneered. It was naturally impossible for anyone to forfeit. At this point, everyone wanted to try their luck. Moreover, they could still jump out of the ring and admit defeat. It was not like they would definitely die. Alright, since no one forfeits, then prepare to draw lots. The first battle will be between martial artists who draw the same number. The owner of the God and Devil Order waved his hand lazily. Naturally, someone prepared a box. There was a slip of paper with numbers written on it. This box was obviously made from a special item. Even some martial artists with secret techniques or eye techniques could not see through it. However, Ling Xiao tried to use the Tai Chi eye and found that although this thing was magical, it was still unable to block his Tai Chi eye. It seemed that the eye technique brewed from the Sky Tyrant martial soul really exceeded the restrictions of some rules. As long as I don't draw Darkfrost, it'll be fine. If Ling Xiao drew Darkfrost, he would definitely be no match for her, but he was unwilling to let Darkfrost admit defeat. Thus, he could only cheat. As for drawing someone else, he didn't care. He didn't fear anyone. Before the drawing of lots began, everyone was discussing the upcoming battle. That Ling Xiao is really terrifyingly strong. He's only at the life-changing realm, but he actually killed in Kong. That's a second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Feng Fei and Tianhai Turney didn't lose to him either. They also killed a second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. There's also the Dragon Shark King. This time's battle is really confusing. Originally, we thought they were strong, but they're just silver spears. Chapter 3465. The silver spear that everyone was talking about was naturally referring to Prince Tian. This caused Prince Tian's face to become extremely gloomy. In the past, he was dazzling and was regarded as the #1 genius of the Western region. Only the Dragon Shark King was worthy of being compared to him. But now, he had become the target of everyone's ridicule. This was intolerable. He looked at Ling Xiao and thought that the instigator of all this was Ling Xiao. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be ridiculed like this. Just you wait, I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Prince Tian gritted his teeth. His confidence came from the resources of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. He had been in the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm for some time. And the battle of the 12 people would definitely not start today. He had to seize the last opportunity. Even if he had to take a risk once, he had to make a breakthrough. As long as my cultivation base breaks through to the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, coupled with the Sky Sword Emperor Mo Ling, who would be my opponent? Even that Darkfrost might not be able to defeat me. Prince Tian gritted his teeth and temporarily suppressed his anger in his heart. Not only did Prince Tian hate Ling Xiao to the bone, Dragon Mother was the same. The Koi King was eliminated, and Kong was eliminated. Their myriad kingdom only had the Dragon Shark King left. All of this was thanks to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Mother without fear and sneered. "Old woman, why are you staring at me? Even if you fancy me, I don't fancy a big fat fish like you." He could feel the killing intent in Dragon Mother's eyes. But would he be afraid? He could feel that he was about to break through to the reincarnation divine realm. At that time, with the help of the Ice Emperor Mo Ling, even Dragon Mother could be destroyed. Dragon Mother's attempt to intimidate him was a waste of effort. "Remember, those who offend me will never be able to walk out of this immemorial divine tomb alive," Dragon Mother gritted her teeth and said. At this time, she really didn't dare to do anything other than threatening. First, Dark Frost was beside Ling Xiao. Secondly, she had already been taught a lesson by the master of the God and Devil Order, so she wouldn't forget her lesson. However, she would bury this hatred in the bottom of her heart, and wait until the Gods and Devils Invitational Tournament was over to settle the score. I still advise you not to act recklessly. Although the Koi King and Incan had been eliminated, they were not dead. If you want to kill me, I can guarantee that your Tao land will disappear from the map." Ling Xiao sneered. Just as Dragon Mother was about to say something, the voice of the God and Devil Order's owner came from the other side. "All of you, shut up and start drawing lots." No one dared to defy his authority. This guy was a truly terrifying existence. Just the release of his aura was enough to make Dragon Mother fall to the ground. If he really went berserk, who knew how terrifying it would be? 12 people lined up and waited for the drawing of lots. The rules had been stated before. There were 6 numbers in the box, and whoever got the same number would be the opponent. "I'll go first." The Linglong Saintess walked up and was the first one to draw lots. "Number 2. She read out the numbers. He didn't seem to care who he was fighting. There probably weren't many people who wanted to meet her. Next, Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny both drew lots. One was number 1, and the other was number 3. So far, there was still no match. The martial artists of the Celestial Dynasty followed behind to draw lots. Longchen was the first to go up and drew number 4. There was still no match. Prince Tian was the next to draw his number. Number 4! Hearing this number, everyone was stunned. The first pair of opponents appeared, but they didn't expect it to be an internal battle of the Celestial Dynasty. Prince Tian glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You got lucky. But don't worry, we'll have a chance to meet again. I just hope you won't be eliminated early." He thought it was an easy draw for him to meet Long Chen, because Long Chen was his pet, and would definitely admit defeat. Hearing his words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. It seemed like he didn't need to do anything. Prince Tian might not be Long Chen's opponent. They both had the ancient emperor's legacy. They both had the ancient emperor's devil soul. Moreover, their cultivation levels were the same. Ling Xiao trusted Long Chen more. "Just take care of yourself. Don't fail miserably at such an easy task." Ling Xiao smiled, unconcerned. The third to draw lots was Duke Zhong. Number 6. Just like before, only pairs of fighters appeared. But no one was in a hurry. After all, there were only 6 numbers. The closer it got, the more matches there would be. After the Celestial Dynasty drew lots, the Dragon Shark King went up as well. Number 5. Odd number again. Everyone was disappointed. But by now, all the numbers had been drawn. Following that, every time a lot was drawn, a battle would take place. Everyone's mood rose again. Number 1. Ling Mei was the one who drew lots. By now, Cold Plum had already emerged from the mountain river world. In addition to the tremendous change in his temperament, his strength had also skyrocketed. But she had concealed her aura, so no one could sense it. Even the owner of the Divine Devil token couldn't sense Cold Plum's true cultivation level. "Who's this person? Why haven't I seen her before?" Everyone was confused. "I'm one of the participants from the 8 Immortals country," Ling Xiao said simply. There was no need for unnecessary explanations. "So it's you. Cold Plum looked towards Feng Fei, her opponent this time. Back on the White Tiger continent, she was no match for Feng Fei in that top-level match. But this time, she was filled with confidence. I hope you don't lose too early, or else it'll be boring. Feng Fei smiled. Hee hee. Cold Plum smiled and returned to Ling Xiao's side. Seeing Ling Xiao with a big beauty and a little beauty, many people were jealous. At the same time, a small golden bird flew towards the drawing lots. Number 3. No way, the demon beasts can draw lots too? Everyone was even more confused. Demon beasts have intelligence too. Why can't they? The owner of the Divine Devil token said simply. I actually hope that my opponent is Ling Xiao, and not a bird like you. Tiahai Tyranny was disappointed to see Little Gold. Little Gold ignored him and returned to the beast's ring to continue cultivating. Drawing lots was just a small interlude for him. Next, it's my turn, right? Ling Xiao walked onto the stage. Everyone became nervous. Some wanted to fight with him, while others wanted to avoid him. Number 5. Very good. The Dragon Shark King spoke. The grudge between Ling Xiao and Wan Hua was too great. The one he wanted to fight the most was Ling Xiao. I think it's good too. Ling Xiao smiled and walked off the stage. Then Darkfrost and Do Hun went up to draw lots. Darkfrost drew Linglong Saintus, while Do Hun drew Duke Zhong. Everyone looked at Linglong Saintus and Do Hun sympathetically, because they felt that they had no hope. All right, the drawing of lots is over. Go back and rest today. Tomorrow, the duel will begin. After the owner of the Divine Devil token announced the duel time, he disappeared from his seat. Chapter 3466. Since everything was fine, everyone returned to their respective residences. When Ling Xiao and the others returned, they noticed that a Blood Axe Snake clan was monitoring them. It was as if they were afraid that they would run away. Ling Xiao was very unhappy with this kind of monitoring. He directly killed the Blood Axe Snake clan's martial artist who was monitoring them. Anyway, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so what was there to be afraid of? He didn't believe that the Blood Axe Snake clan would dare to send someone to monitor them. If someone really came, he would still kill them. Back at their residence, Cold Plum and Xiao Jin still went to cultivate. The rest of the people had a small meeting. Of course, the most important thing was to target Ling Xiao's opponent, the Dragon Shark King. Brother Ling Xiao, you must not underestimate the enemy. The Dragon Shark King's talent is already very terrifying, plus he has the inheritance of the 7-star War Emperor and the Demon Spirit. This time, he will definitely become your formidable opponent. I know, I have never underestimated him, but to be honest, he is not my opponent, Ling Xiao said confidently. Although I also believe in Brother Ling Xiao, there is a 7-star war body in the inheritance of the 7-star War Emperor, which belongs to the intermediate king level war body. There is also a set of movement technique, which belongs to the elementary king level 7-star Dipper Step. If you asked me, the 7-star Dipper Step is probably more powerful than many intermediate king level movement techniques. In addition, he is now the only hope of the myriad countries, so Dragon Mother will definitely help him improve his strength as much as possible during this period of time. There are still a few hours before the start of tomorrow's battle. Everything may change. So you have to be prepared. I understand the 7-star War Emperor's inheritance is really special. But it doesn't matter. If I can defeat him once, I can defeat him a second time. In fact, for me, the biggest problem now is not this battle. It is how to deal with the God Devil token's owner. His purpose is very clear, that is, to let us help him take out the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. And then seize it. Although everyone knows, no one dares to resist and can only do as he wants. I don't want to make a wedding dress for someone else. After working so hard, I have to give it away. Alright, you're quite far-sighted. However, everything has to be done step by step. Darkfrost smiled bitterly. Little girl, don't worry. I said that nothing will happen, so nothing will happen. Ling Xiao rubbed Darkfrost's hair and said, Thank you for the information, I'll think about how to deal with the Dragon Shark King. Alright then, I won't disturb you anymore. Dark Frost, the warrior souls, and the warrior souls left. Wait a moment, let the war spirit follow me to the world of the dead. Ling Xiao suddenly said. War soul probably didn't get the devil spirit. If it encounters a battle in the future, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous. Also, Xiao Jin and Cold Plum didn't get the devil soul. The world of the dead can only be opened by the owner of the god and devil token, right? Dark Frost frowned. Don't worry, that place is nothing to me. Ling Xiao smiled. Then everyone went to the world of the dead together. In fact, the way to enter the world of the dead was very simple. Either you have powerful strength and can forcefully open the portal, or you know how to set up arrays. Ling Xiao obviously belonged to the latter. After entering the world of the dead, they went to the temple and began to comprehend. Ling Xiao treated the undead in the world of the dead as his training partner and began to fight crazily. The next day came quickly. Everyone appeared at the exit of the world of the dead. I didn't expect Longchen to get the Dragon Emperor Devil's Soul. Cold Plum is even more terrifying. She actually got the Ancient Sword Emperor Devil's Soul. Ling Xiao was a little emotional. He was now more and more curious about Cold Plum's background. Master, no matter what my identity is, I will always be Master's follower. Cold Plum couldn't help but say when she saw Ling Xiao's confused look. Cold Plum, I've said it a long time ago. We are not master and servant, but friends. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Master, do you hate Cold Plum? Cold Plum's face suddenly changed. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. You can call me whatever you like. Let's go, everyone should set off. Our destination is the central square. Ling Xiao didn't intend to correct her. Anyway, it was enough for him to treat Cold Plum as a friend in his heart. When everyone arrived at the central square, the martial artists of the other forces had already arrived. Coupled with the audience from the Divine Devil City, the scene was very grand. He was almost completely surrounded. Perhaps to those martial artists from the Divine Devil City, we are still noobs after all. Dohun said with a wry smile. Then do your best. Let the people of the Divine Devil City see that the martial artists of the Western region are not noobs. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This long battle was not only about whether they could enter the immemorial Imperial Mausoleum, but also a battle of dignity. Ling Xiao's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. This guy had become too famous recently. He had killed at least tens of thousands of people from the Blood Axe Snake clan, and even killed the daughter of the Blood Axe Snake clan's patriarch. And he even dared to talk back to the Divine Devil Order's owner. Just these 2 points alone were enough to make him infamous. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't care about being infamous. He had always done things with a clear conscience and only followed his heart. Their mouths were on other people's bodies. What other people wanted to say was their business. He just needed to do his own thing well. The Koi King looked at Ling Xiao with a flicker in his eyes. Fear, anger, and a little complicated. However, the way Prince Tian looked at Ling Xiao was filled with hatred. And today, Ling Xiao found that Prince Tian's situation was a little strange. He actually broke through in one night. Damn, a big force is a big force. Their resources are really terrifying. But Longchen seems to have broken through too. The Sky Emperor dynasty has set up such a strong enemy for me. I wonder if he will die of anger when he finds out the result? Ling Xiao smiled, feeling happy for Longchen. At this moment, Longchen was fine. He had used his soul power to check Longchen's body, but there was nothing controlling him. This meant that King Zhong's thoughts were all on him, and he didn't have the mood to care about Longchen. This was for the best. Longchen, I'll leave that trash Prince Tian to you. Is that okay? Ling Xiao secretly transmitted. Don't worry, boss. I've been waiting for this day. That grandson actually dared to treat me like a pet. I'll beat him up so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. Longchen had been holding it in for a long time. Finally, he could vent it all out today. He was overjoyed. Idiot, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, Prince Tian's voice rang out, probably because he saw Ling Xiao's smug smile. Nothing. I just feel that some idiots are going to suffer today, Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're talking about yourself, right? I really hope you can defeat the Dragon Shark King. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Perhaps it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation. Prince Tian appeared to be very confident. Chapter 3467. Let's not waste words. Let's have the two contestants fight, the female martial artist by the token owner's side declared. The stage had long been set up. It was made of special materials that made it difficult for even rebirthed Divine Realm martial artists to completely destroy. Even if there were cracks or parts of it, it could be repaired in time. Feng Fei and Cold Plum stepped onto the stage at the same time. Both women were valiant and formidable. Feng Fei was calm and unruffled, while Cold Plum was as cold as frost. Whether it was appearance or figure, both of them were outstanding. Many of the spectators in Fiend God's city cheered as well. Many of them didn't care about the results of the fight, but were more interested in how the two beauties fought. Does anyone admit defeat? The female martial artist asked. Cold Plum and Feng Fei both shook their heads. Neither of them had any intentions of admitting defeat. All right, since that's the case, let's fight. No need to be polite. Do your best to show off your skills. Let the world witness your strength. The female martial artist's words were insincere. How strong could the martial artists of the western regions be? She felt a little disdainful. Who do you think will win? The people of the four major forces were all arranged together, so it was very easy to communicate. The Alliance of Vengeance, Celestial Emperor Dynasty, and Myriad Kingdom Alliance seemed ready to unite against a common enemy and isolate Soul Hall. It was the Celestial King who asked the question. Naturally, it's Feng Fei. Linglong Palace's palace master said coldly. It's not that I'm shielding my own people, but Feng Fei has Fairy Linglong's legacy. Moreover, he obtained her devil spirit in the world of the dead. That little girl of unknown origins is no match for her. That makes sense. The Eight Immortals nation is just a small faction that used to belong to the Celestial Emperor dynasty. Ling Xiao is an exception. No one else can be as strong as him. The Celestial King nodded as well. Everyone else had the same thoughts. After all, Feng Fei had already displayed her strength by defeating a second-level rebirth Divine Realm martial artist in the world of the dead. Just this point alone was enough to make people look forward to her. You old fellows really have poor eyesight. Do you believe that my Cold Plum can make Feng Fei roll off the stage in 3 moves? Ling Xiao looked at the old men provocatively. In any case, everyone didn't like each other, so it didn't matter if their words were harsh. Bullshit! The palace master of Linglong Palace was displeased. However, at this moment, a person suddenly fell from the stage and fell to the ground. The entire place fell into a dead silence. Is it over? Almost no one had the time to pay attention to the battle, and it was already over? It was Feng Fei who had fallen to the ground. One move! Just one move! Ling Xiao had underestimated Cold Plum, who had fused with the Butterfly Lady. This was simply ridiculously strong. Can you announce it now? Cold Plum looked at the female warrior who was still in a daze and said coldly. How did you do it? The female warrior could not help but ask. This question doesn't need to be answered, right? Cold Plum said coldly. She seemed to only reveal a smile in front of Ling Xiao. No need. Cold Plum wins this battle. The owner of the Celestial Devil token announced himself. Right now, he was filled with interest towards Cold Plum. That girl is a bit strange. Shifeng, remember this. You can kill Ling Xiao, but you have to leave this girl behind. She's useful to me. The owner of the Celestial Devil token said to Shifeng, the head of the Blood Axe Snake clan. This subordinate obeys. Shifeng nodded. He didn't find anything strange about Cold Plum. But since the owner of the Celestial Devil token said so, then something must be wrong. Next match! The female warrior announced. The Linglong Saintess and Dark Frost were already standing on the stage. The crowd seemed to have yet to recover from the previous battle. That woman called Cold Plum is probably the strongest in the 8 Immortals country. She's even scarier than Ling Xiao. That's right. I didn't even see how she attacked. Foam Face stood up from the ground, his expression full of helplessness. She thought that she could surpass Ling Xiao after reincarnating. But now, she couldn't even deal with a girl by Ling Xiao's side. What a joke. Trash! You have Fairy Linglong's inheritance for nothing. You're useless! Tianhai Tyranny looked at Feng Fei with disdain. Don't talk about me first. Ling Xiao's subordinates aren't as simple as you think. If you underestimate them, you'll end up worse off than me. Feng Fei said simply before returning to Linglong Palace's ranks. But Tyranny Heavenly Ocean disdained her words. You're just looking for excuses after losing. How useless! He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's subordinates could be strong. It was abnormal enough that there was a heaven-defying monster like Ling Xiao in this world. If there were more monsters like Ling Xiao, it would be crazy. While they were talking, the battle between Dark Frost and Linglong Saintess had already begun. Although I know I can't win, I still have to try. Linglong Saintess didn't want to admit defeat so easily. She wanted to test her strength. I won't kill you because you helped Ling Xiao. But I must win this battle! Dark Frost shouted coldly as a terrifying spiritual power burst out. A pair of ghost hands appeared in the air and slapped Linglong Saintess out of the arena. The gap was too big. You're indeed the Hall Master of Soul Hall. I'm not as good as you. Linglong Saintess was a little sad. She wasn't weak, but she met a strong opponent like Dark Frost. She could only be eliminated. Dark Frost wins. Next match! The female warrior was straightforward this time. Because she wasn't as surprised as last time. After all, Dark Frost was the Hall Master of Soul Hall. Her strength was widely known. Ling Xiao, I'll kill your bird first, and then wait for you. Let's settle our past grudges in this arena. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean rushed onto the stage and roared at soaring heavens. Loser, you don't have the qualification to fight with me. Little Gold, kill him. Ling Xiao raised his hand. A golden light rushed to the arena. Little Gold's body grew in the wind and turned into a giant golden crow. The terrifying aura finally made Tianhai Tyranny get serious. Boss asked me to kill you. It seems like he's not happy with you. Then I can only kill you. It's a waste to give the Flame Emperor's inheritance to you. It's better for me to use it. Little Gold spoke human language. Only then did everyone realize that this was definitely not an ordinary bird. Shameless boasting. Fire God's Domain. Tianhai Tyranny released Fire God's Domain as soon as he came up. The entire arena turned into a sea of fire. The terrifying flames burned the arena until it began to melt. If it was any other opponent, they wouldn't be able to resist this terrifying Fire God's Domain. But Tianhai Tyranny was too unlucky. He just had to meet Little Gold. Xiao Jin was crazy about things that contained heat. Chapter 3468. Xiao Jin opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing all the flames. It's delicious. Do you want some more? He looked at Tyranny Heavenly Ocean with disdain, as if looking at an idiot. What's going on? That bird is a bit strange. Devouring demon fetus and golden crow remnant soul. There's actually such a strange combination in this world? The owner of the divine devil token muttered to himself. What's the background of this Ling Xiao? One is Leng Mei, the other is Xiao Jin. Both of them are so special that people are very interested in them. Fire God's Spear! Tyranny Heavenly Ocean took out the most powerful weapon from the Flame Emperor inheritance. They wanted to use this weapon to kill Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin still didn't refuse. He swallowed the Fire God's Spear. This tastes even better. Xiao Jin was very excited. Although he wanted to immediately go into seclusion to cultivate, there were still battles to be fought, so he gave up for now. It wouldn't be too late to cultivate after finishing the Divine Devil Invitational. Xiao Jin, don't waste time. That guy might escape, Ling Xiao reminded. Got it, boss. It's time to let him have a taste of my power. Xiao Jin cried out, releasing the 9 underworld yellow springs golden light from his mouth. As he grew stronger, the power of the 9 underworld yellow springs golden light increased with each passing day. In an instant, it enveloped Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. The domineering Tyranny Heavenly Ocean just now. Without the Fire God's domain and Fire God's spear, they couldn't block this terrifying golden light. They were instantly melted, turning into a pool of blood. Xiao Jin, victory! The female warrior was stunned once again. What was this? 2 of the 3 warriors from the 8 Immortals country were so strong. And these 2 were only Ling Xiao's subordinates. Were they really warriors from the western regions? Weren't they warriors from Divine Devil City? Thank you for the Flame Emperor inheritance. I will enjoy it. Xiao Jin turned into a golden light and entered Ling Xiao's beast ring. This scene made countless people envious, jealous, and hateful. Young man, why don't you give me your devouring golden crow? I can guarantee that you will leave the Divine Devil City alive. The owner of the Fiend God token felt an unbearable itch. Xiao Jin's appearance made him feel greedy. There's no need for Senior to worry. I know how to preserve my own things. Ling Xiao looked at the owner of the Fiend God token with disdain in his eyes. If you want something that belongs to me, just say it. Why are you being so hypocritical? Did he think that he was a 3-year-old child? Even if you don't give it to me now, it will be mine sooner or later. The owner of the Fiend God token looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Although this kid was indeed a genius and a monster, he was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. Let's continue. He waved his hand and said no more. Next group. The female warrior beside him shouted. This time, Long Chen ascended the arena first. Prince Tian did not go up. Get lost, quickly admit defeat. He glanced at Long Chen and shouted as if he was scolding his pet. However, Long Chen stood there and did not move. Prince Tian frowned. Quickly get down. Come up. I've endured for a long time for today's battle. You guys tried your best to control me and make me work for you. But I'm afraid you don't know, right? In my heart, there's only Boss Ling Xiao. Long Chen looked at Prince Tian with hatred and disdain in his eyes. Get up, let me teach you how to be a person. Stunned! Prince Tian was stunned. Everyone in the Heavenly Emperor dynasty was stunned. They originally thought that this was a battle that could not be fought at all. Who knew that there would be such a reversal? Ha ha ha, Prince of Heaven? Bullshit. Ling Xiao laughed crazily. Back then, you bullied me because I was just a nobody. You tried to snatch my friend away. Today, it's your retribution. Long Chen, no need to be polite. Kill him and let everyone know your anger. Know my anger. You. Prince of Heaven was so angry that his face turned green. At this moment, he felt like a fool who had been played by others. He had painstakingly spent a large amount of resources to nurture Long Chen, and even let Long Chen obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. In the end, it was actually a wedding dress for others. What about us? Ling Xiao sneered. You pair of shameless bastards. Prince of Heaven roared. We're shameless? You, Prince Tian, relied on your strength to snatch other people's friends. Isn't this called shameless? In order to survive, we played a little trick. This is called shameless? I think it's just you who's stupid. No, your Heavenly Emperor dynasty is full of idiots from top to bottom. Stupid beyond compare. Ling Xiao had also been holding back for a long time. Today, after everything was announced, he felt much more comfortable in his heart. In the past, there were many people who mocked him because of this matter. He couldn't even protect his own friends. But now, those people who mocked him shut their mouths one by one, dumbfounded. Are you guys going to fight or not? The female martial artist was a little impatient. Let's throw your grudges to the future. Now, it's the God and Devil Invitation Tournament. Fight. Why not fight? I must let this bastard know the consequences of betraying me. Prince Tian was furious. Completely furious. Being played like a monkey, he had lost all his face today. If he couldn't kill Long Chen, if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have the face to see others in the future. Not only him, but even the Heavenly Emperor dynasty would be disgraced. He jumped onto the stage and looked coldly at Long Chen. You will pay the price for your stupidity and betrayal, Prince of Heaven roared. You don't have to be so loud. This battle isn't won by whoever has the loudest voice. Long Chen appeared very calm, as if everything was under his control. All right, since that's the case, go to hell. Prince of Heaven directly released the Sky Sword Emperor's inheritance. He started fighting with Long Chen. On one side was the Sky Sword Emperor, on the other side was the Dragon Emperor. The strength of the two could be said to be evenly matched. On the stage, everyone could only see two balls of light constantly flickering. Many people with poor eyesight couldn't even see where the two of them were. A full half an hour passed. The two of them had fought for more than 1,000 rounds. How long will this battle last? Do-hun couldn't help but ask. Soon, it's going to end soon. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi carefully captured all the details of the battle. He had to admit that Prince of Heaven was very powerful. But Long Chen had an additional characteristic, and that was the dragon race. A real giant dragon. It wasn't a bloodline. Roar. Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a roar suddenly came from the stage. Everyone finally saw the two figures that had stopped. A giant dragon stood on the stage, and its huge tail smashed towards Prince of Heaven. Prince of Heaven tried his best to block, but he was still sent flying. Just as he was about to fall out of the stage, the tail actually swept over and brought Prince of Heaven back onto the stage. Chapter 3469. I won't let you be eliminated so easily. I want you dead. Long Chen's voice was incomparably cold. During this period of time, although he did not suffer any physical torture, he suffered a lot of mental humiliation. He did not tell Ling Xiao, because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would be worried. And today, he wanted to vent all the humiliation he had suffered on his opponent. No, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Let me go, I was just confused for a moment. Prince Tian was wrapped around by that huge tail, and was unable to break free. He shouted at Long Chen in horror. Let you go? Do you think that the things you have done are worth me letting you go? Long Chen smiled coldly and began to exert force with his huge tail. People could even hear the sound of Prince Tian's bones breaking. Let him go! In the audience, the Heavenly King could not bear it anymore. He rushed towards the ring, wanting to save his son. However, the one blocking him was the subordinate of the God Devil Order's owner, the female martial artist who was much stronger than him. She sent him flying back with a palm. The rules of the God Devil Invitational Tournament are sacred and inviolable. The female martial artist looked at the Heavenly King coldly. Then a bang sound was heard. Fresh blood splattered on the stage. Long Chen crushed the Heavenly Prince alive. Even though he had also suffered serious injuries, he had still won the battle. He took revenge for himself, and also gained face for the 8 Immortals' kingdom. He returned to his human form and jumped off the stage and walked to Ling Gao's side. Ling Xiao took out a pill and fed it to him. He then sat there and began to heal his injuries. The God Devil Order's owner's greed came back again. Devouring golden crow, giant dragon's descendant, mysterious woman. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Could he be the person in the prophecy who can end the Eternal Life Palace's rule? For the first time, the God Devil Order's owner felt an inexplicable fear towards Ling Xiao. Although he could kill him with one finger. But why did he feel so much pressure from that young man? No, impossible. A prophecy is just a prophecy. It can't be true. The God Devil Order's owner shook his head and felt that he was thinking too much. Perhaps reality wasn't that bad after all. Ling Xiao! Long Chen! Our celestial dynasty definitely won't let you off. Definitely. The Heavenly King was injured by the female martial warriors, but his anger did not subside because of this. Long Chen had killed his only son. That was also the future hope of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Prince Tian, who possessed the inheritance of the Sky Sword Emperor, could have become the number one powerful being in the West region. Now, he had become a corpse. No, it was a piece of junk that couldn't even be considered a corpse. Long Chen had killed him, but this plan had been devised by Ling Xiao. Naturally, he hated both of them. Why are you shouting so loudly? I can hear you. Ling Xiao glanced at Heavenly King and said, What's there to be angry about? Aren't you the one who brought all of this upon yourself? Your son snatched Long Chen. You even led the Heavenly King dynasty's army to the Green Zone in an attempt to kill me and steal the Ice Emperor's legacy. I've already warned you that offending me won't end well. The nightmare of your Heavenly Emperor dynasty is not over yet. This is merely just the beginning. Let dead things die thoroughly. Your Heavenly Emperor dynasty doesn't need to continue existing anymore. What an overbearing youth! What a terrifying guy! This kid is too terrifying! The Heavenly King Gate racked their brains to completely destroy the Heavenly Emperor dynasty but failed to do so. But this kid killed Prince Tian so easily, severing the future of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. This guy is really not to be trifled with. Everyone had this thought virtually at the same time. Many people who hated or envied Ling Xiao somewhat worshipped this powerful youth at this time. I didn't expect that the West region actually had such a character too. This simply doesn't lose to the Ancient Sword Emperor back then. Sure, the Ancient Sword Emperor is a taboo. Make sure not to mention it. Right, almost forgot. It was the Ancient Sword Emperor who annihilated City Lord's father, right? That time, Divine Devil City was almost destroyed. That was also the greatest crisis in Divine Devil City's history. This Ling Xiao is formidable, but his strength is far inferior compared to the Ancient Sword Emperor back then. So he shouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Otherwise, the City Lord would have already annihilated him. While everyone was discussing, Dragon Shark King had already walked onto the stage. Ling Xiao, get on the stage. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Your subordinate's performance is outstanding, but you might not. Loser, do you have the qualifications to make irresponsible remarks to me? Ling Xiao slowly walked onto the stage and looked at Dragon Shark King contemptuously. I know that after that failure, you learned from your mistakes. Not only did you have a breakthrough in your cultivation base, but you also obtained the 7-star Combat Emperor's inheritance. But do you think I won't become stronger? You're just a small fry after all. You don't understand how powerful the resources of a big force are. I want magic treasures, I have magic treasures. I want resources, I have resources. How can you fight with me? From the beginning, you can't win against me. Dragon Shark King said disdainfully. No magic treasures, no resources, but enemies give them to me. Your myriad states has a lot of good things. I have received the Ice General's inheritance, and the Ice Emperor's inheritance. I wonder what good things you'll give me this time, Ling Xiao said with a smile. While speaking, he took the lead to enter the Vajra Beast Soul transformation. After learning that Dragon Shark King cultivated the 7-star combat body, he could roughly guess the opponent's fighting style. Since they were going to fight head-on, the Vajra Beast Soul transformation was naturally the most suitable. Moreover, after obtaining the White Ape's upgrade, the grade of the Vajra Beast Soul had become higher. The power of the Vajra Unbreakable skill had also increased. Isn't it the Unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation? In order to defeat Ling Xiao, Dragon Shark King had studied Ling Xiao's fighting style. He knew a lot about Ling Xiao's situation like the back of his hand. I don't need it to deal with you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Shameless boasting! Dragon Shark King shouted coldly. In the end, the era of the Beast God has long passed. Now is the era of the Eternal Palace. You belong to the backward things and should be eliminated by history. The 4 major regions are the Golden Heavenly Region, Eternal Emperor Region, Savage Beast Region, and Deep Sea Dragon Region. In the Golden Heavenly Region, all martial artists with weapon martial spirits have unleashed their weapon martial spirits to the extreme. In the Eternal Emperor Region, All martial artists with nature-type martial spirits have unleashed their full potential in this aspect. The savage beast region is the territory that truly belongs to the beast race. The true beast race is 100 times stronger than you beast martial artists. The deep sea dragon region is the place where the experts of the sea race reside. No matter which of the 4 major regions, there is no place for beast martial artists. The era of the 12 beast gods has long been annihilated in history, mercilessly crushed by the wheels of history. You really know how to talk. The human king also belongs to history. Do you dare to say that he isn't strong? Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Shark King sarcastically and said, "Those who don't understand the profoundness of beast martial artists can only follow the crowd. How pitiful!" Chapter 3470. What a glib tongue! Are you worthy of being compared to a human king? The Dragon Shark King said angrily. Nonsense! A human king is also a human. Why can't I be compared? Ling Xiao laughed. All right. You arrogant brat. Today, I'll let you know what it means to boast shamelessly. The Dragon Shark King was no longer prepared to speak because he realized that his ability to speak was no match for Ling Xiao's. If he spoke too much, he would embarrass himself and make it seem as if he had no ambition. His aura suddenly erupted as his feet trembled. His figure flashed as he charged toward Ling Xiao. Go to hell! The Dragon Shark King was like a ferocious beast in the sea as he tore through the silent void. His voice was like thunder, causing the ears of the spectators to ring. Facing Ling Xiao, the Dragon Shark King only unleashed his martial soul, and a huge dragon shark phantom appeared behind him. His strength skyrocketed at that moment. Then, he activated the 7 Stars battle body of the 7 Stars Battle Emperor inheritance. Starlight flickered on his body as if he was a star in the sky. He stepped on the strange 7 Stars Big Dipper steps as his figure flickered on the arena. Every time he appeared, he was in a different position, making it difficult to figure out. Although the 7 Stars Battle Emperor inheritance doesn't have a domain, it has a powerful 7 Stars battle body. And it's a mid-level king battle body. Can you block my attack? The Dragon Shark King didn't use any offensive moves. His terrifying power was almost completely poured into the 7 Stars battle body. He was like a star as he charged toward Ling Xiao. Is the 7 Stars battle body very powerful? Ling Xiao showed some disdain. He activated his true essence, and a faint layer of yellow light quickly appeared on his body. The phantom of a black tortoise wrapped around his body. With the invincible Vajra body and the black tortoise divine body, his defense was even stronger than the Dragon Shark King's. Of course it's powerful! In order to train the 7 Stars battle body, I suffered great pain and torture in the extreme cold, snowstorm, and other natural disasters. In the end, I succeeded in forging it. You don't know my hard work and achievements. Mother said that my 7 Stars battle body is the strongest body in the Western region. Dragon Shark King roared. Your mother is a frog at the bottom of a well. What does she know? If she knew everything, she wouldn't be stupid enough to make me her enemy. Although he said so, Ling Xiao had to admit it. The Dragon Shark King was simply a martial arts maniac. In order to cultivate the 7 Star battle body, he had accepted the baptism and tempering of the natural disasters in the 10th district of the archaic divine tomb. This kind of thing was absolutely not something that everyone could do. However, it was a pity that no matter how crazy the Dragon Shark King was, he was still not as crazy as him. Not to mention the natural disasters in the 10th district, he even used all the monsters in the 10th district as his training partners. His king-level black tortoise divine body had been honed through life and death battles. In terms of pure physical strength, he would not lose to anyone. Facing the Dragon Shark King's brazen attack, Ling Xiao took a step forward with his right foot. He didn't dodge or evade, and directly punched forward. Golden and earthy yellow light enveloped his fists. It collided with the Dragon Shark King's attack. It was as terrifying as a comet crashing into Earth. The entire arena was lifted by a layer. Debris flew everywhere, the earth shook, and thunder rumbled. The two of them were in a stalemate in the arena, but those standing near the arena suffered because the strong wind blew so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. The frenzied energy storm even blew away some of the weaker martial artists. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ling Gao's mouth. However, he didn't retreat an inch. In comparison, the Dragon Shark King had obviously suffered a great loss. He was directly blasted away, and his body staggered before he finally stood firm. Then, he spat out a mouthful of old blood, dyeing the arena red. Not only that, but the starlight all over his body had obviously dimmed a lot, as if he had consumed too much energy, and couldn't maintain the 7-star battle body. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise, dumbfounded. The Dragon Shark King stood there with a look of shock in his eyes. He didn't believe that his 7-star battle body would lose to Ling Xiao in a physical battle. No one had ever told him about this. Impossible! How can my 7-star battle body lose? The Dragon Shark King roared. Are you an idiot? Naturally, it's because I have a stronger physical body than you. I've said it before, you're an idiot if you listen to your mother. Because of your strength, she never put the world in her eyes, which made her a frog at the bottom of a well. Listening to her will kill you. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was only a slight pain that could be recovered in a moment. He believed that the Dragon Shark King's injury wasn't serious. After all, the 7-star battle body wasn't just for show. Therefore, this battle would probably continue. What kind of defensive technique did that kid cultivate? How could his physical body be so terrifying? Seeing the Dragon Shark King being repelled and vomiting blood, anyone with a little eyesight understood that the Dragon Shark King had lost in this head-on collision. Damn Ling Xiao, he actually had such a hidden technique. The martial artists of the myriad countries gritted their teeth. The 7-star battle body was a very powerful part of the inheritance of the 7-star battle body. Now that even the 7-star battle body had lost to Ling Xiao, did the Dragon Shark King really have a chance? They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of jealousy and anger. How could a small 8 immortal country martial artist ride on their heads? This should be Ling Xiao's trump card, and also his most powerful aspect. Now that he has used his trump card, how can he fight with Big Brother? You know, Big Brother still has a lot of skills. The martial artists of the myriad countries were quite unconvinced and subjectively believed that the powerful physical body was Ling Xiao's strongest trump card. There was no other way. If this wasn't Ling Xiao's trump card, then Ling Xiao was a bit too terrifying. Dragon Shark, calm down. Your ability is not just your physical body. Don't forget, your cultivation is still stronger than his. With Mo Ling, you can still suppress him. Dragon Mother looked at the arena and said sternly. The Dragon Shark King was the only chance for the myriad countries to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. If the Dragon Shark King was defeated, then the myriad countries would completely lose the opportunity to compete for the inheritance of the ancient sword Emperor. For them, this was a very depressing matter. Got it, Mom! The Dragon Shark King took a deep breath and calmed his mood. Then, he swallowed a medicinal pill. His injuries healed instantly. See, Ling Xiao, this is the advantage of a big force. I have such a magical medicinal pill. But you don't. So, you will lose this battle. The Dragon Shark King's confidence returned. Anyway, it was just that his physical body was slightly inferior, so there was nothing to worry about. This is unfair, isn't it against the rules to use medicinal pills? Do-hun couldn't help but shout. It's not against the rules. The God Devil Token owner said indifferently. Possessing medicinal pills is also a kind of strength. What he wanted was someone who could seize the inheritance of the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, and medicinal pills were also an advantage in entering the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. Chapter 3471. Ha ha ha, that kid Ling Xiao is finished. Brother Dragon Shark has a lot of medicinal pills that we collected. If we can't end the battle in a short time, that Ling Xiao will be the first to run out of true essence and lose. The martial artists of Myriad Nation once again became complacent because they felt that a martial artist from a small place It was impossible for him to have so many medicinal pills. Again! I want to see how much ability you have! After Dragon Shark King recovered from his injuries, he once again attacked Ling Xiao. His entire body seemed to have turned into a water dragon as explosive energy emerged from his body. This time, he did not intend to meet force with Ling Xiao. Because he lost the 7-star battle body, which means that he is inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of physical strength. If he still chose to meet force with force, then there must be something wrong with his brain. This time, he chose to use martial skills. Myriad nations' martial skills are as vast as smoke. You, a small 8 immortal country martial artist, probably can't imagine it. Although in terms of physical strength, I am not your opponent. But in terms of martial skills, you are definitely not my opponent. Raging Waves Water Dragon Roar! Amidst the roar, the water dragon became bigger and wrapped the entire body of Dragon Shark King. It was like a flood dragon flying out of the deep sea. Low king-level martial skills might not even exist in those small forces. But in Myriad Nation, there are many. Dragon Shark King's aptitude is extremely outstanding. His mastery of each martial skill has almost reached perfection. Several of his martial skills have even reached perfection. He was much older than Ling Xiao and was already in his 30s at the first transition. He is almost twice as old as Ling Xiao and has spent much more time honing his martial skills than Ling Xiao. Therefore, he is very confident in his martial skills. Unlike the 7-star Battle Emperor's inheritance, which he had just obtained not long ago. Of course, he did not know how terrifying the speed of Ling Xiao's martial skills is. Even if he is only 17 years old, it only takes him a few days to comprehend and cultivate each set of martial skills to perfection. The crux of the matter was that the speed at which his martial skills improved in battle far exceeded that of others. You keep saying that I'm from a small country, but I don't know as much about martial arts as you do? Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. To think that I overestimated you. Since you lost to me in terms of physical strength, you should know that I can't be underestimated. But you're still so arrogant. I'll let you see how my martial skills are like. Seeing that water dragon galloping over, it was incomparably ferocious. If it were an ordinary heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist, they might really not be able to withstand it. He could only rely on the advantage of his movement technique to dodge. But Ling Xiao was different. He had absolute confidence that he could block this attack and even destroy it. Whether it was the Dragon Shark King or Prince Tian, they were no match for him. The real enemy he wanted to deal with was the owner of the God Devil token. He needed more power. We can't waste time on this boring battle. His body suddenly entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. The terrifying aura began to roar. The Ice Emperor's demonic spirit released power in his body. It temporarily raised his strength to the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm. It was only 1 level lower than the current Dragon Shark King. The Dragon Shark King also relied on the 7-star Combat Emperor's demonic spirit to possess the strength of the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. The Ice Supreme Sword appeared. A terrifying cold aura began to condense in the air. With a flash of sword light, it pierced through the western region map of the Divine Tomb and flew out. The air instantly became much colder. The martial artist near the arena felt the chill that came from the world of ice and snow. Ice Supreme Sword Art! The resplendent ice sword bloomed with endless light in the void. Whether it was in terms of aura or power, it was obviously stronger than the water dragon roar of the Dragon Shark King. The water dragon and ice sword collided in the air. At that moment, the water flow was gradually frozen. The coldness in the air became even more serious. There was no explosion. There was no explosion. Only the water dragon was engulfed by the cold. Retreat! The Dragon Shark King was shocked to find that his martial skills were completely suppressed. His body began to freeze. He had no choice but to escape. He fled into the distance. Kill! Ling Xiao did not give him a chance to escape. The Ice Supreme Sword turned into a cold light and stabbed forward. It instantly penetrated the body of the Dragon Shark King. The Dragon Shark King was almost sent flying out of the arena. This proud martial artist actually chose to transform at that moment. He changed back to his original body, a huge dragon shark. Around his body, a huge stream of water formed. Then, the water flow flooded the entire arena, wrapping Ling Xiao inside. At the same time, he swallowed another healing pill. The stabbed wound began to heal slowly. He actually lost again. His physical strength is not as good as Ling Xiao's. His martial skills can't suppress Ling Xiao. Is the Dragon Shark King really going to lose? The people of Myriad Land began to worry. And the Dragon Shark King himself also felt a little embarrassed. The things he was proud of had become meaningless in front of Ling Xiao. They were all destroyed. His strong self-confidence also began to be gradually destroyed. There was a strong sense of frustration. How could this be? How could this be? That Ling Xiao, how can he be so powerful? What kind of monster is that guy? Everyone was shocked. The dark red wound became the shame of the Dragon Shark King, making the faces of the martial artists of Myriad Land burn. In the two duels, he did not gain the slightest advantage. Don't be afraid, my sea creature clan martial artist will change back to his original body, and his combat power will be greatly improved. And he can also use martial skills at the same time. Don't forget, the Dragon Shark King still has a stronger martial skill. That Ling Xiao will never be able to suppress him again. Dragon Mother seemed to be relatively calm. Especially after seeing the Dragon Shark King transform, she was even more confident. Hearing her words, everyone in Myriad Land breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they became excited again. They didn't want to see Ling Xiao being arrogant again. Ling Xiao still looked at the Dragon Shark King indifferently and said indifferently, "Admit defeat. If we continue to fight, I can't control my strength. At that time, it will be a pity if you die. To be honest, I am still very optimistic about you. You dare to look down on me?" The Dragon Shark King's eyes became blood red. Those were no longer human eyes, but the eyes of a fierce beast. There was a fierce and terrifying look in his eyes. "Looking down on you? Maybe you are not qualified to be my opponent at all," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "You are too arrogant, Ling Xiao. Do you know that my sea race martial artist's combat power can be doubled in the water? Moreover, I still have the most powerful king-level martial skill that I have not used. You are not my opponent at all." The Dragon Shark King roared and pounced on Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. In the water, he has the Canopy Beast soul, which can also double his combat power. Unfortunately, the Dragon Shark King did not know. Chapter 3472. Giant Wave Deep Sea Giant Beast. Amidst the roar, Dragon Shark King displayed his most powerful martial skill. Middle grade king level martial skill was also the most powerful martial skill of the four major forces of the Western region. The most powerful martial skill. The originally calm void was filled with a large amount of seawater. It was like overturning rivers and seas. A terrifying giant beast jumped out of the waves and then swallowed Ling Xiao. Middle grade king level martial skill? Do you think I don't have it? Ling Xiao mocked. Soul's secret method, whale hunting lightning spear. This move is just right for capturing a giant beast like you. The soul-devouring domain was released, and a huge lightning spear pierced through the void. It crazily plunged into the body of the giant beast. Thunder raged. The deep-sea giant beast churned. It howled miserably. A moment later, it completely collapsed. Dragon Shark King was thrown out again, and he was already bruised all over. He had to use medicinal pills to recover. What's going on? Mom, didn't you say that Brother Dragon Shark can't be defeated? How could this be? Everyone from Myriad Land was worried. I didn't expect that Soul Hall would be so willing to teach their most powerful soul's secret method to this kid. They even let him comprehend the soul-devouring domain. Damn it! Dragon Mother's face was very ugly. At this time, There was no doubt about Ling Xiao's strength. Even if she didn't admit it, it was useless. I won't lose, Mom! A moment later, Dragon Shark King's body recovered again. He took a deep breath, said a sentence to Dragon Mother, and then looked at Ling Xiao and said, I admit that your attack power is indeed powerful. Your martial skill is also terrifying. But I have mastered at least 1,000 primary king-level martial skills and at least 10 intermediate king-level martial skills. Once used together, even if the power is not as good as yours, it can catch you off guard. I was too impulsive just now and was controlled by your provocation, so I did that stupid thing. I won't do it again. Dragon Shark King once again returned to his human appearance. And he pulled out the 7-star treasure blade. This was the most powerful weapon in the 7-star War Emperor inheritance, and it did not lose to Ice Age at all. You better take out Ice Age now. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the next attack. The Dragon Shark King looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, I will decide whether to use Ice Age or not. I don't need you to give me orders. Make your move, I'm waiting for you to use this 7-star treasured saber. Ling Xiao hoped that the Dragon Shark King would become stronger. Only when the Dragon Shark King was stronger would he be able to break through. Originally, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible, but now it seemed that there was a need to continue. 7 stars Dipper Steps, formless flowing water. Ling Xiao knew about the 7 stars Big Dipper Steps. It was the movement technique of the 7 stars Combat Emperor's inheritance. Primary king-level movement technique. As for the formless flowing water, it was an auxiliary secret technique that was not inferior to the 7 stars Dipper Steps. This allowed the Dragon Shark King to disappear into the water and then suddenly reappear. This made his attacks unpredictable and impossible to guard against. Because every attack would suddenly be released from the water. It was impossible to predict when it would be released and where it would be released. The difficulty of resisting it had become extremely high. Before figuring out the situation of the formless flowing water, Ling Xiao chose to evade. Extreme cold domain, blizzard ice ceiling steps. Ling Xiao was not afraid of a head-on collision. Ling Xiao was also not afraid of strange attacks. Under the extreme cold domain, the water would be frozen. Under the blizzard ice ceiling steps, Ling Xiao could easily avoid the Dragon Shark King's attacks. Almost every attack of the Dragon Shark King landed in the air. Otherwise, it would be directly frozen and fail. That guy is too cunning. Relying on the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he fled here and there like a mouse. Damn it, cowardly guy. If you have the ability, fight to the death. You're not a man. This kid's nature is cunning. Who knows what kind of shady business he did when he obtained the Ice General's inheritance and the Ice Emperor's inheritance. A bunch of idiots. Since the movement technique is so useless, what are you learning? From your words, I can only feel jealousy and envy. Dohan couldn't help but curse. Wanhua's group of grandsons were too stupid. Saying that at this time was really a disgrace to Wanhua. Even so, if you keep dodging, I'm afraid this battle will never end, right? Koi King said coldly. This is tantamount to a war of attrition. Whoever exhausts their true essence first, whoever makes a mistake first, will lose. Dragon Mother said. Don't worry, the final winner will be Dragon Shark. He still has a lot of medicinal pills. Although it can't completely restore his true essence, it can increase the usage time of his true essence. Ling Xiao, are you going to keep dodging like this? Where did your courage go? Dragon Shark King roared. You don't have to provoke me. If this continues, the first one to lose will be you. Do you think you're the only one with medicinal pills? My medicinal pills are better than yours. As Ling Xiao dodged, he took out a medicinal pill and purposely displayed it in front of everyone. When the medicinal pill was displayed, it emitted a charming medicinal fragrance. Countless martial artists' faces changed when they heard it. It's actually a perfect level reincarnation restoration pill. Dragon Shark King's medicinal pill is simply trash compared to his. Where did this kid get such a good medicinal pill? Everyone was shocked. Including the owner of the God Devil Order. How many secrets does this Ling Xiao have? How many good things do he have? Such a good medicinal pill, there should only be one. Dragon Mother frowned, the corner of her mouth twitched, and said, as if to deliberately slap her face, Ling Xiao actually took out another medicinal pill that was exactly the same as the previous one. Then he put it back. Old woman, I've already said that you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know anything, but you like to pretend to know everything. It's ridiculous. Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. He was not afraid of treasuring a jade ring at all. Because in today's battle, he would use both of these medicinal pills. Others didn't know how many of the same medicinal pills he had in his storage ring. They probably didn't believe that there would be many. 7-star battle light! Suddenly, Dragon Shark King roared, and the 7-star treasure saber in his hand suddenly stabbed forward. An extremely sharp saber light broke through the air. It actually pierced through the ice created by the extreme cold domain and stabbed toward Ling Xiao's throat. This 7-star battle light was a killing move that Dragon Shark King comprehended from the 7-star treasure saber. It was a mid-level king-level battle skill. Not only was it powerful, but it was also extremely fast. Dragon Shark King originally didn't want to use this move to deal with Ling Xiao, because he felt that his opponent should be King Zhong, or even Dark Frost. Ling Xiao was just a stepping stone. But after attacking for a long time, he was unable to hurt Ling Xiao at all. Instead, he was badly injured by Ling Xiao. This made him completely angry. As a result, this trump card was finally used. One had to admit that this move was fast. It was shockingly fast. And the most terrifying thing was that it could even ignore the freezing effect of the extreme cold domain and blizzard ice ceiling step. Chapter 3473. As expected, it's not easy to deal with. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the vertical golden light technique to dodge the 7-star battle radiance. However, the 7-star battle radiance cut off a strand of his hair. It left a trace of blood on his ear. Anyone could see that the 7-star battle radiance of the Dragon Shark King was really overbearing. If Ling Xiao did not have the vertical golden light technique, it would really be a bit difficult. Even if he did not die, he would probably be seriously injured. Of course, he had life backtrack and was not afraid of dying once. However, he would always expose his trump card, and that was not what he wanted. He touched the blood on his ear. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. Interesting, continue. The slight injury did not affect him much. He no longer simply dodged, but paid close attention to the 7-star sword in the Dragon Shark King's hand. That was a weapon of the same level as the Ice Age. Naturally, it could not be trash. The attack of the 7-star battle radiance just now reminded him. The terrifying sword radiance slashed past Ling Xiao's ear and hit the ground of the arena, directly cutting a hole in the arena. That stage was made of special materials, yet there was actually a hole in it. One had to admit that the power of this move was terrifying. Do you understand now? If you don't use the Ice Age, you are not my opponent at all. The Dragon Shark King's attack almost succeeded. Clearly, he was confident. He continued to control the 7-star Big Dipper steps and the invisible flowing water, constantly attacking Ling Xiao. Then, he suddenly used the 7-star battle radiance again. This time, Ling Xiao clearly saw the 7-star battle radiance's sword radiance. However, it was useless even if he saw it, because the speed of the 7-star battle radiance was too fast. Apart from the vertical golden light technique, there was almost no way for him to dodge. However, he did not plan to dodge this time. He already knew the power of the 7-star battle radiance in his heart. He wanted to rely on the huge threat of the 7-star battle radiance to help him cross the final barrier of cultivation. Break through to the reincarnation divine realm. The 7-star battle radiance this time, because it had been brewing for a long time before erupting, was even more terrifying than the last time. The sword radiance was more than a foot wide. If it really pierced Ling Xiao's body, it would definitely be able to split Ling Xiao into two. Brother Ling, be careful! Seeing this, the warrior soul and the war soul screamed in fear. However, Dark Frost remained calm. This little girl worshipped Ling Xiao blindly. They thought that Ling Xiao was omnipotent and omnipotent. A mere 7-star battle light, how could Ling Xiao not be able to break it? A smile appeared on Mother Dragon's face. The inheritance of the 7 Stars Battle Emperor was indeed the inheritance of the ancient emperor. Fortunately, the Dragon Shark King had obtained it. Otherwise, the Dragon Shark King would have no chance of winning against Ling Xiao. Everyone else was also staring at this scene. This was because they really wanted to know what Ling Xiao would do in such a dangerous situation. Should I hide like before? Or find a way to block it? Or would he be killed? Your attack is very strong, but it's a pity that it's still not qualified for me to use Ice Age. As Ling Xiao spoke, the Ice Supreme Sword in his left hand and the Fire Supreme Sword in his right had already appeared. Then, the two swords combined. One side was extremely cold, while the other side was blazing hot. Two completely different powers were released from his body, and they were extremely harmonious. Then, the two swords shone brightly at the same time. A ray of white cold light. A ray of crimson red light. The map of the West Region God's Tomb exploded with shocking power. Ice Supreme Sword Technique! Fire Supreme Sword Technique! Ice and Fire Supreme Sword, destroy it! Following the roar, the two swords flew out at the same time. The Dragon Shark King looked disdainful. What a joke! They are both beginner king class martial skills. Can two swords block my 7-star battle light? Break! Ling Xiao did not answer the Dragon Shark King. Instead, he let out a roar and released a crazy power. The power of ice and fire suddenly blended together. 10 times the power allowed the two beginner king class martial skills to erupt with the power of a medium king class martial skill. In addition, the Ice Supreme Sword and the Fire Supreme Sword added to it. The power was even more terrifying than a medium king class martial skill. Although the 7-star battle light was powerful, it could only erupt with the power of a medium king class martial skill due to the limitation of the Dragon Shark King's strength. The most terrifying thing was actually its speed. However, under the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao caught the 7-star battle light the moment it bloomed. He did not need to compete with his opponent in terms of speed. He only needed to place his attack in the path of the 7-star battle light. Rumble! Terrifying roars sounded one after another. The 7-star battle light was actually blocked. The two's attacks were entangled in the void. Looks like it's not enough. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This was the effect he wanted. The power of the dual sword combination was not enough to destroy the 7-star battle light. Instead, it would be a little disadvantageous. Only in this way could the potential in his body sense the danger. Only then could he continue to release it and break through the barrier of cultivation. Although it was very difficult to break through from the heaven-changing fate realm to the reincarnation divine realm. However, Ling Xiao had already accumulated enough power. He believed that this was an opportunity. The door of breakthrough was very thick. However, the potential that rushed out kept bombarding it. Finally, the door began to loosen. Dragon Shark King, is this all you've got? Ling Xiao mocked. He needed a stronger external force to stimulate his breakthrough. Obviously, the Dragon Shark King's current strength was not enough. Looks like you're ready to die. Originally, the Dragon Shark King did not use all his strength. After all, this was a long battle. No one dared to use up all their strength at once. Otherwise, if he could not defeat his opponent, he would be at the mercy of others. However, at this moment, he encountered Ling Xiao's ridicule and saw that the 7-star battle light was about to take down Ling Xiao. The Dragon Shark King increased his power from 80% to 90%. The terrifying 7-star battle light became even more dazzling. As for Ling Xiao's fire sword and ice sword, they gradually dimmed. Good, that's it! Ling Xiao felt that the terrifying power made the potential in his body surge out crazily. The door of breakthrough that had already loosened finally opened a gap. No, I can't block it anymore. Ling Xiao frowned. For the time being, he still could not break through. Ling Xiao did not want to take the risk. If he was hit by this terrifying 7-star battle light, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. And he did not want to use life backtrack at this time. Therefore, the Soul Elder Sword had already appeared above his head. The attack that had long been brewing was released. Soul Elder Spirit Heaven Sword Art, 3 swords in 1. Another sword light merged into the Ice and Fire Sword Light. The originally dim Ice and Fire Sword Light became even crazier, as if a catalyst had been added. It actually blocked the 7-star battle light in one fell swoop and instantly shattered it. What? Everyone was stunned. They thought that Ling Xiao was done for, but who knew that the battle would suddenly reverse? The martial artists of myriad countries were all grief-stricken. The Dragon Shark King's face was also somewhat dazed. He had even used his trump card. Even the 7-star battle light could not kill Ling Xiao? What else could he rely on? Chapter 3474. That guy is simply a monster. But why is he so strong? What happened just now? Obviously, he was already at his limit. Ling Xiao seems to be good at using fusion martial techniques. After the fusion of 2 martial techniques, the power skyrocketed. How could this be? The people of Myriad Land were all dumbfounded. Can this battle still be fought? Does their brother Dragon Shark still have a chance of winning? On the Heavenly Emperor Empire's side, Heavenly King's face was extremely gloomy. Until now, he still couldn't forget the moment when Long Chen killed his son, Prince Tian. He wanted to take revenge, but he found that Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. King Zhong, are you sure? This guy is not simple. He looked at King Zhong and said, After all, he is still quite a bit weaker than me in terms of cultivation. It's impossible for him to be my opponent. He has a demon spirit, and I also have a demon spirit, so this aspect can be offset. King Zhong said indifferently. It seemed that he was still very confident. What's more, Dragon Shark King hasn't lost yet. Big forces have their own benefits. In addition to medicinal pills, there are also magic weapons. That's definitely not something Ling Xiao can compare with. Myriad Land only has Dragon Shark King left. Dragon Mother can't not give him good things. That's true. Heavenly King was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, No matter what, as long as Dragon Shark King can seriously injure Ling Xiao, it's enough. Today's battle can't rest for too long. It's impossible to recover from serious injuries in a short time. In this way, your chances of winning will be greater. On the stage, after Ling Xiao repelled Dragon Shark King with one move, he didn't pursue. He even felt a little regretful in his heart. Although the door of breakthrough had opened a crack, and he could already touch the aura of reincarnation divine realm. But in the end, he didn't break through. So he hoped that Dragon Shark King had something more powerful. It could let him break through. In that case, he didn't have to worry about King Zhong, and he might even be able to contend with the martial artists of Divine Devil City. He had many enemies, and he couldn't relax. If he could become stronger, he must seize the opportunity. What else do you have? Take it all out. I want to see what good things a martial artist of a big force has that I don't have. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Dragon Shark King and smiled disdainfully. As you wish. Dragon Shark King let out another deep sigh. Ling Xiao didn't take the initiative to chase, which gave him a chance to catch his breath. Naturally, he couldn't miss. Now, he completely regarded Ling Xiao as a truly powerful enemy. An enemy be defeated. But that was only his own trump card. He really did not understand. Ling Xiao was only a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. There was also that terrifying physical defense, and that miraculous fusion of martial skills. And that perfect great elixir. There were too many unfathomable things on this young man. You forced me to use this thing, so you have to use Ice Age. This is my last trump card, and Ice Age should be your last trump card too. Let's use these 2 trump cards to fight to the death. Dragon Shark King stared at Ling Xiao, and finally, his left hand began to flicker with blue light. A terrifying force soared into the sky. Like a terrifying ocean, it emitted an earth-shattering aura. Finally, a trident appeared in his left hand. Neptune's Fury! It's actually Neptune's Fury! Dragon Mother actually gave the Neptune Emperor's weapon to Dragon Shark King! Someone recognized the Neptune's Fury in Dragon Shark King's hand and cried out in surprise. But it didn't end there. 7-star treasure saber, transform into armor! The Dragon Shark King roared. The 7-star treasure saber in his hand turned into starlight and enveloped Dragon Shark King's body. In a short period of time, the Dragon Shark King was covered in a layer of ferocious and terrifying armor. It was the 7-star treasure saber. 7-star treasure saber and 7-star battle body can increase my defense by 10 times. It can increase my attack power by 5 times. In addition to the Neptune's Fury in my hand, what can you use to fight me? Dragon Shark King finally revealed all his trump cards. His lost confidence finally returned to his body. 2 weapons from the ancient emperor. One for defense, and the other for attack. It was perfect. This Dragon Mother is really good at scheming. She actually made the Dragon Shark King use the Sea God Emperor's Fury of the Sea God at the last moment. As long as she stays nearby, Neptune's Fury won't rebel. I really didn't expect this. In this case, Dragon Shark King's battle power will increase by at least 7 or 8 times. Ling Xiao only has Ice Age. 1 weapon against 2 weapons, can he win? How can he win? Whether it's the 7-star treasure saber or Neptune's Fury, they are both on the same level as Ice Age. It's impossible for 1 weapon to win against 2. With Neptune's Fury, Dragon Shark King can probably fight against King Zhong. How can Ling Xiao be his opponent? The appearance of Neptune's Fury and Dragon Shark King's transformation shocked everyone. Big brother Ling Xiao, do you want me to give you the soul-devouring wand? Dark Frost asked. Yes, Temple Master. They are using 2 weapons, so we will also use 2. It's not a loss, Do Hun said excitedly. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, There's no need for that. The sharpness of a weapon is ultimately an external force. When one is strong enough, that is true strength. Not to mention the soul-devouring wand, I won't even use Ice Age. Because there's no need. This guy is too arrogant. He must be bragging. Just as well. Let this arrogant and conceited guy go to hell. Koi King glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. This guy not only eliminated her, but also killed her fiancé, Prince Tian. Now, he is going to eliminate the only person who advanced from myriad countries. Her hatred for Ling Xiao can no longer be described as bone deep, it's simply heart and lungs. Temple Master, what is Brother Ling doing? Is he really not going to use Ice Age? Do Hun was worried. Because he really didn't know much about Ling Xiao's strength. On the contrary, Long Qin sat there calmly and healed his injuries, not saying a word. Long Qin knew Ling Xiao too well. There was no trace of confusion or fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. At this time, he was full of fighting spirit. How could he lose? Just as Long Qin thought, not only was Ling Xiao not afraid, but he was also excited about Dragon Shark King's sudden strength. The door of breakthrough had opened a gap. Next, it should be completely opened. The strength of Dragon Shark King was an unavoidable booster. He believed that after this battle, he would definitely be able to break through. Chapter 3475. Although using Neptune's Fury to win against you seems a little unfair, I'm sorry. For the myriad countries, I have to win. Dragon Shark King did not hate Ling Xiao as much as Koi King did. In a sense, the two even sympathized with each other. But an enemy was an enemy. Dragon Shark King had to fight for the myriad countries. No, it's nothing. Since the rules don't stipulate that you can't use weapons, you can do whatever you want. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. You don't have to feel guilty. But you can't win against me. Ling Xiao still had a smile on his face, an expression that could infuriate his opponent to death. This guy, don't tell me he still has a trump card? Impossible! Apart from the Ice Age, how could he have something stronger? Dragon Shark King shook his head to calm himself down. Sometimes, the enemy would use pretentious methods to scare the opponent. Perhaps the current Ling Xiao was planning to do so. He absolutely could not be scared. Phew! Exhaling, Dragon Shark King brandished Neptune's fury. The entire air turned into seawater, surging violently. Don't worry. Even if you lose, you can still be proud. After all, you forced me to use my last card. Dragon Shark, you talk too much nonsense. Kill him. Don't forget, he killed your big brother. Dragon Mother said coldly. Dragon Shark King could sympathize with Ling Xiao, but she could not. If she did not see Ling Xiao die, she would definitely vomit blood. I know, Mom! Dragon Shark King sighed. Mom's orders could not be disobeyed. Kill! Brandishing Neptune's fury, Dragon Shark King charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao fought and retreated as if he was judging Dragon Shark King's current attack and then deciding what move to use to resist. He couldn't be too strong or too weak. If it was too strong, it would not help him break through. But if it was too weak, he would die. Make your move, Ling Xiao! Do you want to die like this? The Dragon Shark King roared furiously as he brandished the Neptune's fury even faster. Terrifying waves crashed down on Ling Xiao one after another. Dead? I won't die! Supreme Ice Sword! Fire Supreme Sword! A Soul Exalt Sword! Ling Long Sword! 4 swords in one! Through the judgment of the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao accurately grasped Dragon Shark King's current attack. It was indeed terrifying. Therefore, he decided to use the move of combining 4 swords into one. 4 swords appeared in the sky at the same time and pierced through the divine tomb of the western regions. They turned into 4 different sword chis and blasted toward the Dragon Shark King. The power of the 4 swords combined into one was increased by 20 times. It was already comparable to a high-level king-level martial skill. There was not a single martial skill of this level in the entire western region. The Dragon Shark King had never seen one before. However, the owner of the Fiend God token stood up excitedly. How could this be? That's right. How can that brat know a high-level king-grade martial skill? The chief of the Blood Axe Snake clan, Shifeng, also stood up at the same time. All the martial artists in the Fiend God's city looked at Ling Xiao in shock. No, it's not a high-level king-grade martial skill. It's a fusion technique that has reached the level of a high-level king-grade martial skill. The owner of the Fiend God token shook his head, but he was even more shocked. Because the sword technique Ling Xiao used seemed to be related to the ancient Sword Emperor's 9 Supremes. Supreme Fire, Supreme Ice, Supreme Soul, and Supreme Ling Long. Weren't they 4 of the 9 Supremes? Could that young man be the successor chosen by the ancient Sword Emperor? Seeing this, the owner of the Fiend God token was even more unwilling to see Ling Xiao die. Because he had chosen so carefully to choose such a person to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance for him. On the field, the battle continued. Seeing Ling Xiao's attack coming, the Dragon Shark King didn't hesitate. The Dragon Shark King did not dodge. Instead, he stabbed Neptune's fury towards Ling Xiao. He didn't use any martial skill. Neptune's fury's ordinary attack was equivalent to the peak of a mid-level king-grade martial skill. It was even stronger, infinitely close to a high-level king-grade martial skill. In addition to the enhancement of his 7 stars armor, its power would only be more terrifying. He believed that unless it was an advanced king-level martial skill, there was absolutely no other martial skill that could compete with his move. Ling Xiao, don't blame me if you die. You can only blame yourself for offending Mother. The Dragon Shark King roared angrily. At this moment, he still didn't know how terrifying the combined attack of the 4 swords was. It wasn't until the 4 attacks merged into one that the Neptune's fury in his hand was sent flying and then hit his body heavily. He then realized what a stupid mistake he had made. Crack! The 7 stars battle armor actually shattered. It turned back into starlight. The Dragon Shark King couldn't control his body anymore and fell out of the arena. He didn't want to lose. But now he had to. The arena was only so big, but the force of his fall was even more terrifying. After leaving the arena, he flew for a few hundred meters before gradually slowing down. Then, he fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. Almost all the bones in his body were broken. Although he was still alive, it was impossible for him to fight again. It turns out that I'm really a frog at the bottom of the well. I didn't know that you have more than one trump card. And more than one. The Dragon Shark King suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao, who was on the stage, and said, "Tell me, is this not your strongest attack?" "No," Ling Xiao said indifferently. As expected. The Dragon Shark King smiled bitterly. It turned out that he had no chance of winning from the beginning. This opponent was too terrifying. Too powerful. From the beginning to the end, he was just toying with him. "You could have defeated me from the beginning. Why wait until now?" the Dragon Shark King asked. "Although it's a little embarrassing, I just want to use you to make a breakthrough. The stronger you are, the more help you will be to me." Ling Xiao thought highly of the Dragon Shark King. At least the Dragon Shark King had always done things openly and above board, daring to love and hate. Unlike the despicable Prince Tian. "Have you made a breakthrough?" "I can't tell you this. It's a secret." Ling Xiao smiled. I know. No matter what, I am satisfied to be able to fight with a monster like you in this life." The Dragon Shark King looked at the sky and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. "Hey, old woman, he is seriously injured. Aren't you going to treat him?" Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Mother and said, "A waste, he deserves to die. He can't even complete this task. Why should I save him? Koi fish, go and take all the treasures and elixirs from him." Dragon Mother looked at Koi King and said, "Yes, Mom." The Koi King and Dragon Mother were as cold and ruthless as each other. That was her brother. He was also Dragon Mother's biological son. "From now on, you are no longer a person of my myriad land. Your life and death have nothing to do with my myriad land." After the Koi King received the storage ring of the Dragon Shark King, Dragon Mother announced loudly. It was as if she wanted to completely separate herself from this shame. "Dragon Shark, are you willing to work with me? Be my brother in the future?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Chapter 3476. "Humph, he is already a cripple. Without enough medicinal pills, he will definitely die. I didn't expect you to like trash." Dragon Mother snorted coldly. That was her own son. How could she be so ruthless? "You don't have to worry about this. Regardless of whether he is willing to be my brother or not, I will save this person." After the female martial artist announced his victory, he jumped off the stage and stuffed a medicinal pill into Dragon Shark King's mouth. After a while, Dragon Shark King's injuries healed at an astonishing speed. "Why?" Dragon Shark King was puzzled. "No reason, I just find you more pleasing to the eye." Ling Xiao smiled, then turned and walked toward the Soul Hall's formation. Dragon Shark King stood up blankly, looked at Wangua, and then looked at Ling Xiao. He was actually very conflicted. "Come here, Dragon Shark, Wangua is your home," Dragon Mother suddenly said. "Shameless. Dragon Shark was injured like that just now, but you didn't want to waste medicinal pills to treat him. Now that someone else saved Dragon Shark, you pretend to be his family? Who just said that they want to sever their relationship?" Do Hun scolded disdainfully. "Humph, mother and son are connected. There is an inextricable connection between us." "What do you know?" Dragon Mother snorted coldly. She was very disdainful of Do Hun's anger. However, what she didn't know was that her completely contradictory actions had completely disappointed the Dragon Shark King. Plop! Dragon Shark King suddenly knelt in the direction of Wangua. "No matter what, thank you, Mother, for raising me for so many years. But Dragon Shark has died once. From now on, I have nothing to do with Mother." After speaking, he gritted his teeth and walked toward the Soul Hall with his head held high. "If you dare to go over, I will kill you!" Dragon Mother roared. Being abandoned by her own son in front of so many people, Dragon Mother was furious. It doesn't matter. Dragon Shark walked to Ling Xiao's side, stood still, and then said loudly, "From now on, my life is Ling Xiao's. Damn it, I'm so angry!" Dragon Mother's face was gloomy to the extreme. Although she had taken many treasures from the Dragon Shark, she could not take away anything from the 7 Stars Battle Emperor's inheritance. It was an existence that had already fused with the Dragon Shark King. Dragon Mother actually didn't want to stay here anymore. The failure of Dragon Shark King led to the complete failure of Tato Land. None of them had entered the top 6. In other words, no one would get the chance to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. In that case, he would lose the chance to obtain the inheritance of the Ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. This was a very heavy blow. However, Kong and Dragon Shark King had both lost to Ling Xiao. There was no doubt about that. In order to win, the Dragon Mother even gave the Wrath of the Sea God to the Dragon Shark King. In the end, the Dragon Shark King was still defeated. Not only did he lose, but his son also became someone else's. This was simply losing the bait and the soldiers at the same time. The losses were huge. "Mom, what should we do next?" The Koi King looked at Dragon Mother anxiously. Their Tato Land could be said to be the most powerful force in the western region. If they couldn't obtain the inheritance of the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum this time, they would become the weakest. From now on, how could they have a foothold in the western regions? This matter was too important. "There's a way!" Dragon Mother gritted her teeth. Since they couldn't do it openly, then they would do it secretly. For the future of Tato Land, she was going all out. "We have more people on our side, so no matter what, we have to strive to get into the top 3. If it really doesn't work, it's fine to get into the top 2 or first place. In that case, we can find a few more of our people to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. The chances are very high." At this time, Ling Xiao no longer cared about Dragon Mother's thoughts. He was now thinking about the quota. He, Little Gold, Cold Plum, Longchen, Dark Frost, Dragon Shark, Battle Soul, and even Wind Soul. A total of 9 people, and 9 quotas were needed. If they could get into the top 3 in one fell swoop, then they would have 6 more quotas, which was more than enough. After all, among the top 6 martial artists, they had a total of 5 on their side. With the addition of 6 quotas, there would be a total of 11. Of course, the final situation wouldn't be so good. After all, the grouping was random. The more people there were, the higher the possibility of them encountering each other. They didn't ask for the top 3. As long as they could get first place, it would be enough. Just as they were talking, the female martial artist was already shouting, "2 number 6s go up." One of the number 6s was King Zhong, and the other was Battle Soul. The disparity in strength between the two was still relatively large. So Battle Soul shamelessly chose to admit defeat. Otherwise, the Heavenly Emperor dynasty would definitely pursue him fiercely because of Prince Tian's death, and he might even die on the stage. "Coward! Coward!" The people of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty were furious. They originally wanted to see how King Zhong would teach Battle Soul a lesson, but who knew that this cunning guy actually chose to admit defeat? It was like punching cotton, and they couldn't feel the feedback of their strength at all. "A bunch of idiots, your Prince Tian has been destroyed, and you still want to be cocky?" Ling Xiao curled his lips. Among the top 6 people, 5 were on his side, and only King Zhong was an exception. But King Zhong wasn't weak, so if they wanted to eliminate him, Dark Frost would only be able to win if she encountered him. The others were a little worried. "Rest for 2 hours, and then the next round of matches will begin." The master of the Fiend God token glanced at Ling Xiao. In the small 8 Immortals Kingdom, 4 people actually advanced. This was really unexpected. But to him, it didn't matter who advanced. In any case, the inheritance of the Ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum would definitely be his. He was still very confident in his strength. No one in the western region could pose a threat to him. During the break, the 6 people who advanced were called over for the next draw. "Our people will definitely meet next. There's no need to fight, and the weak will automatically admit defeat. In any case, we can at least get 2 of the top 3. We have the most spots, so don't worry. Ling Xiao didn't want his own people to exhaust themselves. After all, other than the Fiend God Invitational Tournament, he had other things to worry about. The Blood Axe Serpent clan hated him to the bone, and would definitely not let him off easily. Only when everyone on his side maintained their full strength could they solve those troublesome problems. Everyone agreed with Ling Xiao's idea. So they walked over and began to draw. This time, there were only 3 numbers. It was still a duel between 2 people with the same number. King Zhong was the first to draw. Number 2. I don't know which one of you I will meet, but other than Palace Master Darkfrost, I won't show mercy to anyone who meets me. Although I don't like to fight fiercely, you killed my nephew, so I won't let this matter rest. King Zhong looked at Ling Xiao and the others and said coldly, I actually hope that the 2 of us will meet. Fighting with our own people is really too boring. Ling Xiao smiled. Chapter 3477. Ling Xiao was naturally speaking the truth. If he drew King Zhong, he believed that he would definitely be able to kill him. In this way, the top 3 would belong to them. But things often didn't go as planned. Before he could draw the lot, Xiao Jin hurriedly drew the lot. In the end, he drew King Zhong. Helpless. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. That was the only way. Boss, don't be so worried. I will definitely defeat this guy, Xiao Jin said. Of course, if there are no accidents, I believe you can defeat him. But, forget it. Do your best in 2 hours. Ling Xiao was a little worried that Dragon Mother could temporarily give Neptune's fury to Dragon Shark King. Naturally, it could also be given to King Zhong. That old man would spare no effort in order to take revenge. Also, the Revenge Alliance probably wouldn't let them take the top 3 so easily. The situation might be very bad. However, since the lot had already been drawn, there was no point in worrying now. He could only take 1 step at a time. He hoped that there wouldn't be too big of a mistake. I didn't expect your pet to block the blade for you. But it doesn't matter. Ling Xiao, you can watch how I kill your pet. King Zhong sneered and then turned to leave. At the same time, Ling Xiao discovered that Dragon Mother and the leader of the Revenge Alliance had also disappeared. He became more and more uneasy. Although Xiao Jin's strength was already very strong and had reached the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, together with the Flame Emperor Devil Spirit, he could reach the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. However, Xiao Jin relied on the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light the most. He wasn't as good as King Zhong, who was proficient in so many martial skills. In battle, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Xiao Jin, be careful. Don't try to be brave. If you really can't, just fly out of the arena. Ling Xiao reminded. Got it, boss. Xiao Jin nodded. Seeing Ling Xiao's serious look, he didn't dare to be careless. Next, Ling Xiao went forward to draw lots and drew number 1. In the end, Darkfrost also drew number 1. Longchin and Cold Plum both drew number 3. Although such an outcome was within his expectations, Longchin and Cold Plum were still fine. The key was Ling Xiao and Darkfrost. Everyone could see that Darkfrost was stronger than Ling Xiao. Did he really want Ling Xiao to admit defeat? I admit defeat, Darkfrost suddenly said. I'll just admit defeat later. But if Prince Zhong were to defeat Xiao Jin, other than you, no one else would be able to suppress him, Ling Xiao said. Don't I still have you? I absolutely believe in your strength. That Prince Zhong is not your opponent, Darkfrost said. I even have a feeling that even I might not be your match. You're too modest, Ling Xiao smiled. To tell the truth, he and Darkfrost should be evenly matched now. Because others did not know that he had already achieved a breakthrough in the battle with the Dragon Shark King. He had reached the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Coupled with the peerless Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation, he could easily erupt with the fighting strength of the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Don't forget, he still had the 9 supreme sword arts, and the Ice Emperor's inheritance. And the most terrifying Tyrant martial soul. The power of the demon spirits could cancel each other out, but these powers could not be cancelled out by others. 2 hours of rest time passed quickly. The battle began again. Dark Frost, who had obtained number 1, directly admitted defeat. Her admission of defeat caused countless people to exclaim, "Is Dark Frost crazy? Does she not want to be first?" That's right. Although those people are powerful, the only one who has the ability to suppress Prince Zhong is Dark Frost alone. Dark Frost actually admitted defeat? That girl couldn't have fallen in love with Ling Xiao, right? She's actually so stupid. Prince Zhong's chance has come. The Celestial Empire's chance has come. Almost everyone thought so. Only Dark Frost sneered in her heart. Who is the fool? You will soon know. At this time, the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Dragon Mother looked at Prince Zhong and secretly transmitted, "Prince Zhong, don't forget what you promised us. Don't worry. As long as I get first or second place, both of your families will get a slot." Prince Zhong nodded. "That's for the best. Otherwise, we will join hands to destroy the Celestial Empire." Dragon Mother and the leader of the Vengeful Alliance were clearly betting on Prince Zhong. There was no other way. They could only do this now. Their people were useless and lost the battle. So what? The second battle, Prince Zhong against Little Gold. The female martial artist called out, "Boss, I'm going up." Little Gold flew up the stage. Prince Zhong also went up the stage. "What a pity! You must die today!" Prince Zhong snorted, and 2 blades of the ancient emperor appeared in his hand. One was the fury of the sea god, and the other was Fairy Linglong's twin rings. Then, Prince Zhong used the twin rings to transform into the Linglong armor. With the fury of the sea god in his hand, he released an aura that surpassed the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. Looks like Boss was right. You really got the help of Dragon Mother and the Vengeful Alliance. I forfeit. Little Gold didn't wait for Prince Zhong to react and quickly left the stage. He was at a disadvantage because he didn't have a human form. Otherwise, he could also have the soul-devouring wand, 7-star saber, and sky sword. In that case, Prince Zhong wouldn't be his opponent. What a pity! Little Gold, I know you're not convinced and still want to fight with him. But we have other things to do, so you must conserve your strength and immediately return to the Beast Ring to cultivate. You have the Flame Emperor's inheritance, so you should be able to continue to break through. Ling Xiao knew Little Gold very well. He would definitely feel uncomfortable if he admitted defeat just like that. But this was the best solution. Boss, I know. Consider the big picture. Little Gold flew back to the Beast Ring. He understood that this battle was just a small matter. Actually, what was more troublesome was how to face the owner of the God Devil token. That guy was the most difficult existence to deal with. Xiao Jin admitted defeat, which meant that Prince Zhong had already secured a place. So he didn't say anything and left the stage. The next battle was between Long Qin and Cold Plum. Long Qin directly admitted defeat. The current Cold Plum was too terrifying. Perhaps even Darkfrost didn't dare to say that he could win against her. And the most terrifying thing was that this wasn't Cold Plum's full strength. She was still cultivating in a half-asleep state. Ling Xiao couldn't say what her limit was. 3 battles, 3 opponents directly admitted defeat. The audience was a little unhappy. But they were looking forward to the last battle. The battle royale between the 3 would definitely be very interesting. Cold Plum, you don't have to fight later. Just rest on the stage. I'll deal with that, Prince Zhong. Ling Xiao dared to let Darkroast admit defeat because he was confident enough to defeat Prince Zhong. He let Cold Plum rest for the sake of Cold Plum. After all, the current Cold Plum hadn't completely fused. If something went wrong during the battle, it would be very troublesome. Chapter 3478. Master of the Fiend God Order, I'm afraid this final battle isn't fair, right? The Heavenly King frowned and looked at the Master of the Fiend God Order. Although he knew that it would be troublesome to question that person, he had to raise it. According to the rules, the final battle would be a 3-person free-for-all. But Cold Plum and Ling Xiao belonged to the same force, so they would definitely join forces. In that case, how could King Zhong still have a chance of winning? That's right, this is unfair, Dragon Mother also said. I hope that the Master of the Fiend God Order can change the rules to prevent some people from taking advantage of the loophole. The person you want to choose is the person who is most likely to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. If the person chosen is a trash, then it's meaningless. The Vengeful Alliance's leader also agreed. The 3 of them were now united against a common enemy and had reached an agreement. Presumptuous, how can the rules set by the Master be changed so easily? In the end, it's your people's incompetence that led to this situation. Who can you blame? The Blood Axe Snake Clan's patriarch, Shifeng, stood up and shouted sternly. Ling Xiao, what do you think? The Master of the Fiend God Order looked at Ling Xiao and said, I naturally hope for a free-for-all. In fact, Ling Xiao planned to deal with King Zhong alone, but he wouldn't say it out loud. If someone insisted on fighting him one-on-one, he had to get some benefits. What if I insist on changing the rules? The Master of the Fiend God Order laughed. You're the Master of the Fiend God Order, so you can naturally change the rules at will. But if this matter spreads out, I'm afraid it won't be good for your reputation. In fact, things like rules don't have to be changed. If you can give me some benefits, I can solve your problem. Ling Xiao directly expressed his intention. Did the 3 of you hear that? The Master of the Fiend God Order was naturally stingy. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. Even if he had to pay, it had to be the Heavenly King Dynasty, myriad countries, and the Vengeful Alliance. Tell me what to do first, Dragon Mother said. Very simple, each of you give me a good thing, and I'll give up on joining forces to deal with King Zhong. I'll fight him alone, how about it? Ling Xiao said. Are you serious? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. But what if you demand an exorbitant price? We can't have everything, and we can't give you everything, the Heavenly King said. Don't worry, you will definitely have it, Ling Xiao said. Demon Venerable Sword, Heavenly King's Sword, 8 Immortals Sword, or Myriad Countries Sword. Meteoric Iron, Black Star Stone, Sea Soul Jade, or the crystal cores of the weakest 9th Division life-seizing Decepticons Demonlings. 8 Immortals Fruit, or the crystal cores of the 12 beasts in the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The things he mentioned were all necessary to cultivate the 9 Supreme Sword Arts. Otherwise, it was a necessary item to upgrade a beast's soul. He believed that with the abilities of the 3 major forces, they wouldn't lack these things. Even if he didn't have all of them, he still had 1 or 2 of them. I have a piece of Sea Soul Jade here. Mother Dragon thought for a moment and said, I have a 3rd-level Reincarnation Divine Realm Eagle-type Demonic Beast core in my hands. The Heavenly King said, I have Meteoric Iron. The leader of the Avenging Alliance said, All right, those 3 things should be enough. With the Meteoric Iron, Ling Xiao would be able to use it with the 7 Stars Sword to cultivate the 7 Stars Heavenfall Sword. Once he finished cultivating all 6 sword incantations, each of them would rise from the early king class to the mid-king class. At the same time, their combined power would increase. That would cause a qualitative change in his strength. As for the Sea Soul Jade, he could keep it for now, and use it with the Myriad Countries Sword to cultivate the Myriad Countries Sea Heavenly Sword. As for the Eagle-type Demonic Beast core, he could use it to upgrade his Undying Bird Beast soul. In any case, he definitely wouldn't lose out in this deal. Now that I've given you the items, you can fight one-on-one with King Zhong. If you lose, King Zhong will take 1st place. If you win, King Zhong will take 3rd place. Is that a problem? The owner of the God Devil Medallion looked at Ling Xiao. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. Very well. In that case, the 2 of you may step onto the stage. The owner of the God Devil Medallion didn't want to waste words. This was the final battle of the Fiend God Invitational Tournament, A showdown between the number one genius of the western regions and the number one expert of the celestial dynasty. King Zhong's current strength had already surpassed that of a celestial king. Moreover, he had the Neptune's fury and the jewel rings. His strength was actually close to the three strongest experts of the western regions. Sol Hall was still worried that Ling Xiao would have to face such a person. Cold Plum didn't even step onto the stage. She just stood there quietly and watched. Ling Xiao stepped onto the stage, looking down at the crowd. Everyone assumed that he would be rivals with Imperial Prince Tian, the Dragon Shark King, Feng Fei, and Tianhai Tyranny. But now, they realized with shock that his peers were far from being Ling Xiao's match. Ling Xiao's opponent was an even more powerful senior expert. He was challenging an almost impossible task. He was creating a record that would shock the world. King Zhong stepped onto the stage as well, looking at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. The youth in front of him had come from the celestial dragon continent. His starting point could be said to be the lowest of all. That place lacked spiritual qi, so it was impossible for any powerful figures to emerge from it. But this youth had broken the rules and walked step by step to suppress all the geniuses of the western regions. Such a thing could only be done by Yu Xianwei and Ji Furing in the past. Could it be that this young man was related to those two? Of course, he didn't know that Yu Xianwei and Ji Furing were Ling Xiao's birth parents. If he did, he would be even more shocked. Ling Xiao, I really admire you. You wanted to kill Imperial Prince Tian, and you did it. You wanted to defeat the Dragon Shark King, and you did it. Now there's no youth under the age of 20 who's your match in the entire western regions. If you can even defeat me, I believe that you'll be ranked in the top 3 of all cultivators under the age of 40. Besides Dark Frost and the Linglong Saintess, I can't think of anyone else who can be your match. But today, I must defeat you. For the Heavenly Emperor Empire, and for my dead nephew. King Zhong took a deep breath. No matter how great the enmity was, it had to be settled in this arena today. Is that all you want to say? Ling Xiao looked at King Zhong and said, Actually, I've never thought of you as my obstacle. Even Mother Long and the leader of the Alliance of Vengeance aren't worthy. In my eyes, there's only one enemy, and that's the Master of the Fiend God Order. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Including the Master of the Fiend God Order. Ling Xiao actually dared to speak like this in front of him. Master of the Fiend God Order, you don't have to be angry at all. We all know your plan, but those who dare to resist. There were only a handful of people who could resist. Even the current me shouldn't be worth mentioning in front of you, right? But I definitely won't give you the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor so easily. Ling Xiao turned to look at the Master of the Fiend God Order. He knew that he was still useful to the Master of the Fiend God Order, so the other party definitely wouldn't kill him. Therefore, it didn't matter if he was a little arrogant. Chapter 3479. Ha ha ha, good boy, you have backbone. But as you said, you are just chess pieces in my hands? No matter how much you jump around, it's useless. If you obediently do things for me, you might be lucky enough to keep your lives. If you act recklessly, I can guarantee that all of you will die in this immemorial divine tomb forever. No one will see you again. The God-Devil Order Master said very domineeringly. It's good to be strong, to dare to say such domineering words. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned around to look at King Zhong and said, Let's start and end the battle between us as soon as possible. Ling Xiao, you are too arrogant. Do you think that in this world, you are the only one who is cultivating, the only one who is increasing his strength? I also did not waste time. Not only do I have the Heavenly Sword Emperor's inheritance, I also have the Neptune's Fury and the exquisite twin rings. You only have the Ice Age, how can you fight me? King Zhong was very unhappy. Being looked down upon by Ling Xiao made his self-esteem suffer a serious challenge. He took out the Neptune's Fury. With a light wave, it was as if there was a terrifying sea power roaring crazily. King Zhong did not plan to hold back at all. Because he knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, he released the exquisite battle armor and the Neptune's fury from the beginning. He also summoned his martial soul. King Zhong's martial soul was a spear. Spear soulless was a weapon martial soul. It could be said that long weapons were all universal. This was the reason why he chose to use the Neptune's fury as a battle weapon. Only the Neptune's fury could let spear soulless power completely vent. Whether it was the Neptune's fury or the Ice Age, they were all much higher grade than the Ice Sovereign sword. Although Ling Xiao was still unable to confirm what grade of weapon they were. It should be very likely that they were immortal grade Emperor weapons, or even divine grade Emperor weapons. King Zhong was also the number one genius of the Western region 20 years ago. In a short 2 hours, he already understood the Neptune's fury and the exquisite twin rings very thoroughly. Although these two weapons are very difficult to understand, Ling Xiao's Ice Age can only be used as a weapon to carry out ordinary attacks. Mother Dragon sighed. The number one genius of 20 years ago and the number one genius of 20 years later. Who will win? Naturally, it's Prince Zhong. Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He could have obtained the soul-devouring magic staff, the seven-star saber, the heaven sword, and the raging flame divine spear. But he didn't seem to have that thought at all. If you are arrogant, you will suffer. The heavenly king snorted coldly. Actually, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao didn't do that. I also feel that Prince Zhong has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has lived for 20 more years. To a martial artist, 20 years is a long time. Too important. The leader of the Revenge Alliance had the same judgment. Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear to such discussions. He did not intend to use the Ice Age. Just as Dragon Mother had said, the Ice Age was nothing more than a giant sword that he could wield at will. Even if he could use it to perform Revered Ice's frozen sky sword art, it would consume too much energy, and its power would not increase by much. He might as well use the Ice Supreme Sword. Today, he was going to use the 9 Supreme Sword Arts to determine the victor between him and King Zhong. As for the Ice Age, he only needed to transform into the Ice Age armor to protect him. You're still not willing to take out your Ice Age? Prince Zhong frowned. Are you disdainful to use it, or do you not know how to use it? If you don't know how to use it, it's better to give the weapon to someone else as soon as possible, so as not to waste it. I really don't know what a beast martial artist like you needs a weapon for. It's simply a waste of heaven's gifts. I am a beast martial artist, but I am also a sword martial artist. Is there a rule that says we can't cultivate at the same time? You guys don't have the energy, but I have a lot of energy. Ling Xiao laughed. Sword martial artist? You think you're worthy? Prince Zhong sneered. I'm afraid you don't even know what a sword martial artist is, right? I don't know. Ling Xiao laughed. It seemed that many people had said that he was not worthy of using a sword. But those people were all killed by his sword. That's right. When you reach the golden heavenly realm, you will understand that possessing a weapon martial spirit is the foundation of a warrior. A true warrior not only has to possess a weapon martial spirit, but also has to cultivate the martial spirit into an innate martial spirit, reaching the point where it can be connected to the body and can even devour weapons. To raise the grade of the martial spirit. That was what a true warrior was like. A sword martial artist is just a branch of a warrior, but without an innate martial spirit, no one dares to say that they are a sword martial artist. Prince Zhong said disdainfully. Regarding this, Ling Xiao had heard of it before. Most of the martial spirits that martial artists possessed at the beginning were acquired martial spirits. Only by constantly cultivating and strengthening would one be able to advance to an innate martial spirit. Not only would an innate martial spirit become stronger, it would also be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. However, he had only heard of it and did not understand it at all. It seemed that the things he knew were still too little. Perhaps when he reached the golden heavenly realm, he would know more. But now, he had to defeat the enemy in front of him first. Although I don't have an innate martial spirit, I was fortunate enough to know a martial artist from the 4 great regions. He taught me how to cultivate an innate martial spirit. Even though I have only touched the surface, dealing with you is as easy as flipping my hand. Prince Zhong said coldly. Don't worry, it won't be too painful. 3 moves. At most 3 moves, I will be able to defeat you. As for whether you will die or not, it will depend on whether you have the fortune or not. Prince Zhong looked very humble on the surface. But in reality, he was very arrogant in his heart. He was more arrogant than anyone in the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. This included the arrogant Prince Tian. It was just that he had always been pretending. Now that he had torn off his mask, he had completely let himself go. As if he did not put Ling Xiao in his heart at all. To you, Ice Age is just a weapon. But I am different. I can already communicate with my weapon. In just 2 hours, I have grasped the ultimate move of Neptune's fury, Neptune Arts. But don't worry, I don't need it to deal with you. It was very clear that Prince Zhong had seen the battle between Ling Xiao and the Dragon Shark King. But he still dared to say so, which meant that he had strength even more terrifying than the Dragon Shark King. He dared to look down on Ling Xiao because he was confident. Isn't your nonsense a bit too much? Ling Xiao hooked his hand and said, Let me see if your ability is as good as your eloquence. Although he could feel that Neptune's fury was very obedient in Prince Zhong's hands. It was as if it should belong to him. It didn't seem like it was borrowed from Dragon Mother at all. This meant that Prince Zhong's comprehension of these weapons was indeed good. But even so what? When had he, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid? How could anyone possibly know his trump card? Once the Tyrant martial spirit came out, what trump card in this world was stronger than it? While speaking, Ling Xiao had already entered the limitless heavenly rat beast spirit transformation state. Against Prince Zhong, he did not dare to underestimate him. In a battle between experts, a little carelessness could cost one's life. So he was prepared to go all out. Of course, this full strength did not include the Tyrant martial spirit and the bloody devil rat. Chapter 3480. The Sky Tyrant martial soul and bloody devil rat's moves were only used when they had lost the opportunity and were about to die. Obviously, it wasn't that time yet. Suddenly, King Zhong swung Neptune's fury, and a powerful aura condensed into an unstoppable momentum. 6 flood dragons condensed from water appeared beside him. Each of these dragons was stronger than the Dragon Shark King's water dragon roar. Mid-grade King-class martial technique? Ling Xiao's Tai Chi captured his opponent's moves and began to prepare for an attack. He didn't plan to passively defend, but to directly attack. He also had a mid-grade King-class martial technique, so why should he be afraid? If that's all you have, I advise you to stop as soon as possible because you're not my opponent. To be honest, Ling Xiao was very disappointed. When he fought with the Dragon Shark King, he used the terrifying move of 4 swords in one. That was equivalent to a high-grade King-class martial technique. King Zhong should know this. But now he was using a mid-grade King-class martial technique to deal with him? Was this a joke? Not necessarily. Although my Heavenly King's spear art is only a mid-grade King-class martial technique, when combined with Neptune's fury, it can erupt with the power of a high-grade King-class martial technique. If you underestimate it, you'll die quickly. King Zhong sneered. Then I want to try it even more. Ling Xiao's eyes released a sharp light, and 4 swords flew up at the same time. Ice Senior, Flame Senior, Soul Senior, Ling Long. Each sword represented a completely different type of energy. It's here again. That should be the move that Ling Xiao used to defeat the Dragon Shark King. These two are going to go all out from the beginning without holding anything back? Everyone was a little excited after experiencing the boring battle of the top 6. Finally, they welcomed such a wonderful battle, so they were naturally looking forward to it. Finally, the 6 flood dragons condensed. Then, they let out a terrifying roar. With the domineering aura of a king, they rushed toward Ling Xiao. At that moment, King Zhong's soulless spear flickered to the extreme as if it was about to materialize. Heavenly King's spear art's first move, 6 dragons playing with pearls. King Zhong roared. The 6 spear shadows seemed to have turned into 6 living flood dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they rushed towards Ling Xiao. That powerful force caused the entire arena to shake violently. He didn't lie. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of his opponent's move was indeed in the embryonic form of an advanced king-level martial skill. Although it could not fully reach the power of a king-level martial skill, it still could not reach the power of a king-level martial skill. However, it was even more terrifying than the martial skills he had seen before. However, let me show you what a real king-level martial skill is, Ling Xiao sneered. 4 swords flew out simultaneously. 4 streams of sword chi condensed together in the void. It turned into a terrifying sword chi that could destroy the world. King Zhong's attack was powerful. Ling Xiao's attack was not weak either. Everyone stared at the two of them. Both of their attacks erupted at almost the same time, directly attacking each other. There was no probing or hesitation at all. From the very start, it was a battle to the death. This was very much in line with the taste of most people. Anyway, no matter who died, they didn't care. They only cared about the degree of excitement of this battle. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded in the arena. The entire arena began to crack, and pieces of gravel flew in all directions. The collision of these two people's attacks was the most terrifying collision since the beginning of the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. It was simply earth-shattering. King Zhong's expression changed, and he retreated rapidly until he reached the edge of the arena before he could stand still. His hands were constantly trembling. The Neptune's fury in his hand seemed to be unable to be held. Many small cracks appeared on his arm, and blood seeped out from them. Although it wasn't much, everyone knew that he had suffered a great loss this time. Because at this moment, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. It was obvious that he had the upper hand in this attack. With great difficulty, King Zhong finally regained control of his body. He could feel how powerful a true advanced king-level martial skill was. However, even though he was injured, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. That was the smile of a scheme that succeeded. It was the smile of victory in sight. I'm inferior to them. The Dragon Shark King shook his head and smiled bitterly. These two people are simply both freaks. Ling Xiao's attack, I'd be seriously injured to the brink of death no matter what. But that King Zhong actually only suffered some light injuries. Great! Looks like Brother Ling should be fine. That King Zhong only knows how to boast. He clearly doesn't have any real ability. Battle Soul said excitedly. I don't think so. Dark Frost frowned and said, King Zhong seems to have some scheme. He's deliberately guiding Ling Xiao to release that strongest attack. You guys, look at the Heavenly Emperor Dynasty's side. Everyone's faces don't have worried looks. Instead, they're still smiling. Then what to do? Battle Soul was somewhat panicking. Watch quietly. Big Brother Ling Xiao won't be so easy to scheme against. People who scheme against him tend to play themselves to death. Although Dark Frost knew that King Zhong had a scheme, she trusted Ling Xiao a lot. In terms of playing mind games, no one would be Ling Xiao's match. This move should be your strongest attack, right? I really want to see how you're going to receive my next move. My Heavenly Emperor Spear Art has 3 moves. Each move is stronger than the previous. Can you block it? King Zhong already stopped trembling. His injuries also recovered because of the medicinal pill. After that, he immediately started to brew the next move. Ling Xiao could feel that on the Neptune's fury, there was an even more terrifying power condensing. That kind of power was what a genuine high-class king-level martial technique should have. This guy really looks like his martial soul is somewhat different from the rest. I keep feeling that other people's martial souls being able to increase 1 or 2 times combat power is already the limit. But his martial soul can increase 4 or 5 times combat power. The cultivation of martial souls is a little interesting. Acquired martial souls are already like this. Then what will innate martial souls be like? Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it very much. But at this stage, he still had to resolve the problem in front of him first. The enemy was not to be trifled with. Heavenly Emperor Spear Art's second move, a divine spear moves Black Tortoise. King Zhong did not want to give Ling Xiao any chance to catch his breath. So his attack speed this time was very fast. The Neptune's Fury was brandished. A huge black tortoise appeared in the void. It was completely condensed from water. It contained an extremely terrifying power inside. Then, it crazily charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's choice was the same as before. 4 swords attacked together. But this time, Ling Xiao was clearly at a disadvantage. The amplification of the Neptune's Fury plus the amplification of the exquisite dual rings. King Zhong's attack was actually many times stronger than his own. The 4 sword energies were all scattered after a moment of stalemate. Then, the terrifying aftershock struck Ling Xiao's body. Despite having the glacier battle armor and the king-level Black Tortoise divine physique, Ling Xiao was still injured. Many tiny cracks appeared all over his body. Chapter 3481. The wounds on Ling Xiao's body were all cut by the aura of the Neptune's wrath. Although it wasn't very serious, the one who suffered this time was Ling Xiao. This scene made Darkfrost's heart tremble. The fighting spirit and battle spirit were even more flustered. They were even thinking in their hearts. Although Ling Xiao was a peerless genius, his opponent was the number 1 genius from 20 years ago. Having lived for 20 years, he was definitely much stronger than Ling Xiao. It was already very good that Ling Xiao could hold on until now. It was impossible for him to win. What are you panicking for? Darkfrost tried her best to calm herself down. Her concern for Ling Xiao was definitely no less than Cold Plum and Long Qin. Although she trusted Ling Xiao very much, she was still a little flustered in her heart. But she knew that she couldn't panic. If she panicked, others would also panic. Big brother Ling Xiao must have another move, definitely. There seemed to be no reason to say such words, but this was Darkfrost's trust in Ling Xiao. She believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to find a way to deal with King Zhong. But this second move is already so powerful. King Zhong said that there is still a third move. The fighting spirit was still a little anxious. Don't worry, Master can win. Cold Plum was calmer than Darkfrost because she had seen Ling Xiao display his might countless times. Moreover, she also knew what other trump cards Ling Xiao had. There was no need to worry about winning. What they had to consider now was just how to win. Of course, the myriad countries, Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and the Alliance of Revenge were already overjoyed. Seeing that King Zhong's plan worked, drawing out Ling Xiao's strongest martial skill and directly breaking it, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. I was originally worried that Ling Xiao might have something special. But now, it seems like he's at his wit's end. That's right, the so-called number 1 genius of the Western region is nothing more than this. Thinking of his confident look just now, I feel funny. This is a powerhouse. This was a true king. The Heavenly King's spear arts, the spear arts of a king, the spear arts of a tyrant. The next move will definitely take Ling Xiao's life. The Koi King looked at King Zhong and revealed an expression of worship and infatuation. Compared to Prince Zhong, the Heavenly Prince is just a child. If you want to marry someone, you have to marry someone like that. Prince Tian had just died not long ago, and the Koi King had already begun to fall in love with someone else. However, she couldn't be blamed for this. Who asked Prince Tian to be such a trash, while Prince Zhong's performance was so strong and intoxicating? Ling Xiao only smiled disdainfully at the discussions of the people around him. In this world, how many people knew what his true trump card was? The only people who could force him to use all his trump cards were probably the 3 great powerhouses of the Western region. Of course, when faced with a terrifying existence like the Master of the Fiend God Token, he didn't need to use his trump card at all because he was basically going to die. Unless he chose to run for his life. Without the need for any medicinal pills, his body automatically recovered. This kind of injury was nothing to the Black Tortoise Divine Physique's recovery ability. Are you very proud of yourself? Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Why can't I be proud? King Zhong sneered. You seem to only have one move left, right? I remember that you said at the beginning that you could finish me in 3 moves. However, this move only caused slight damage to me. I don't even need to use any medicinal pills to block it. Are you sure you can defeat me with your next move? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Whether I can defeat you or not, you will know soon. King Zhong began to gather his strength again. A moment later, his feet trembled, and his figure suddenly rushed forward like a crazy cheetah. The Neptune's fury in his hand was like the weapon of the god of death, filled with a terrifying and austere aura. Brother Ling! The dragon shark, warrior soul, and war soul all cried out in shock. Because with their eyesight, they could also see how terrifying King Zhong's attack was. They definitely couldn't be careless. Ling Xiao actually couldn't hear them at all. Ling Xiao, who was wholeheartedly immersed in the battle, had long forgotten everything around him. He knew what King Zhong was expecting. Expecting the 4 swords into one to be his ultimate move? Did he say that it was his ultimate move? He sneered, and almost at the same time, his move was completed. It was just that he hadn't released it yet. He wanted to give King Zhong a surprise. At this moment, King Zhong was also extremely nervous in his heart. Although the second move suppressed Ling Xiao, seeing Ling Xiao's calm and composed expression, he always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Moreover, according to his initial thoughts, the second move should be able to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Then, the third move would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. But the current situation was indeed that the second move only lightly injured Ling Xiao. He didn't even use any medicinal pills and was already healed. This kid is too terrifying. We definitely can't let him live. Otherwise, my Heavenly Emperor dynasty will treat him like this today. In the future, he will definitely destroy my Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Thinking of this, King Zhong's aura became even stronger. He was almost at full capacity. His true essence was pushed to 90%. Originally, if I used the bloodthirsty plague at this time, you would definitely be finished. But that would be pointless. Only when I completely suppress you in martial skills will you completely collapse. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't use any ability to weaken his opponent. It wasn't worth it anyway. King Zhong saw the smile on Ling Xiao's face. He really didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking in his heart. He only knew that his attack was already fully prepared. If he didn't release it at this time, then the one who would be injured would be him. Heavenly Emperor Spear Art's third move, Fury of the Spear God, destroying the world. Following King Zhong's angry roar, a terrifying and overbearing spear intent to the extreme bloomed. Suddenly, the entire ring broke apart from the middle with a kacha sound. But fortunately it didn't collapse. So it still didn't hinder the battle. This spear was like the attack of the god of destruction. How domineering was it? How spectacular was it? How invincible was it? Compared to this move, the previous 2 moves were simply like children playing house. This kind of sudden rise in power made many people a little unable to react for a while. How can it be so strong? Yeah, this kind of power, I'm afraid it has already reached the peak power of a high-grade king martial skill. I dare to bet that Ling Xiao won't be able to block it this time. On the rostrum, the god devil token's owner was still looking coldly. Kid, let me see what qualifications you have to be so bold in front of me. I believe that you are definitely not as simple as they think. Beside him, the Blood Axe Snake clan's patriarch Shifeng sighed. Unfortunately, my Blood Axe Snake clan's enemy can't be killed by our Blood Axe Snake clan. He won't die. The god devil token's owner said indifferently. Why? Shifeng asked in surprise. Shi Shaozong also felt very strange. Why would the god devil token's owner value this young man so much? But the god devil token's owner didn't answer them. He just quietly watched everything that happened on the stage. The terrifying spear intent was already approaching. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao, wanting to see what other tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. At this moment, Ling Xiao took out his sword. Is it that move again? Sure enough, he has exhausted his abilities. Chapter 3482. Is it that 4 swords in one move again? Looks like he doesn't have much ability left. When the crowd saw Ling Xiao summon his treasured sword again, they couldn't help feeling disdain. One had to know that he had already suffered a loss when facing King Zhong's second move. Facing the third move, he actually used the same move to block it. Wasn't this purely courting death? Exhausting one's abilities, this was the situation. But a genius of a generation can't compete with the resources of a large faction. There were also people who sighed for Ling Xiao. After all, King Zhong's current strength was mostly due to Neptune's fury and the exquisite twin rings. Kill him! King Zhong stood up excitedly and roared. Among all of them, his hatred for Ling Xiao was probably the greatest. After all, he only had one son, and that son who could inherit him was killed by Ling Xiao and Long Qin. Humph, Dragon Shark, do you see that? Your new master is about to die. Come back. Dragon Mother coldly snorted and looked at Dragon Shark King. Even if he dies, I'm still his brother. There's no need to say any more. I've already returned a life to you. This life belongs to Ling Xiao. If he dies, I'll take revenge for him. Dragon Shark King coldly said. Idiot! Dragon Mother choked with anger. However, when she thought that Ling Xiao was about to die, her mood was still quite good. However, no one noticed that Ling Xiao had no intention of jumping off the stage to admit defeat. His expression was as calm as ever. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Although Prince Tian died, an even more powerful King Zhong appeared. If his cultivation improves, he only needs to reach the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. I believe that even Dragon Mother, Dark Frost, and I won't be his match. Sigh, the Heavenly Emperor dynasty truly has a deep foundation. I can't help but admire them. The leader of the Avenging Alliance sighed. King Zhong's performance could be said to have made him feel a huge threat. If it wasn't for the chance to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, he wouldn't cooperate with King Zhong. Keeping such a person alive was the biggest problem. Everyone said that Prince Zhong was the #1 genius of the Western regions 20 years ago, but in his opinion, Prince Zhong could be said to be the #1 genius of the Western regions in the last 100 years. If he continued to grow, there would be hope for the revival of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty in the future. Most likely, the entire Western region would be under his rule. Spear God's wrath, annihilating the world. As expected, it was extremely overbearing. That unstoppable, world-destroying aura even made people feel like doomsday had arrived for a moment. Many people were trembling with fear. I didn't think that there would be such a genius in the Western regions. This Prince Zhong can be roped in. Becoming this lord's subordinate shouldn't be a problem. The owner of the God and Devil Order knew that Ling Xiao was disobedient, but this King Zhong could be roped in. He believed that Prince Zhong's future was definitely brighter than his 3 strongest subordinates. But why? The God Fiend confused his master. Why was there no trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face? Not a trace of panic could be seen. Could it be that this person had no such feelings as fear? He didn't believe it. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the 4 swords were already in the air. The Fire Supreme Sword was incomparably hot. Supreme Ice Sword cold and murderous. Supreme Spirit Sword, mysterious and dangerous. Exquisite Sword, outstanding like an immortal. The 4 swords were flickering with 4 different kinds of light. But this didn't cause people to be surprised. Because people had already seen this move several times. Although it was powerful, it was still very powerful. Although it was powerful, it was definitely not a match for Prince Zhong's last move. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 5th sword was in the air. Supreme Snake Sword was extremely poisonous. The 5 swords reflected each other's brilliance in the air and then quickly rotated, gradually fusing into one. It turned into a huge 5-colored sword beam. The power of this sword beam was much stronger than the 4 sword beams, reaching 25 times the attack power. And the 4 sword beams were only 20 times the attack power. 5 times the basic attack power, in a battle between 2 strong people, was an absolute huge advantage. In addition to the Supreme Snake Sword's characteristics, this 5-colored sword beam was terrifyingly poisonous. It could even catch the enemy off guard. What's going on? Why are there 5 swords? Aren't there only 4 swords? I feel that there's something wrong with this power. It seems to be much stronger than before. Impossible, this guy must be bluffing. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Ling Xiao had already released his attack. Supreme Fire Blazing Sky Sword Art. Supreme Ice Cold Sky Sword Art. Supreme Spirit Sky Sword Art. Supreme Snake Venomous Sky Sword Art. Exquisite Celestial Sword Art. 5 swords in one. The 5 sword beams fused into one and turned into 5 colored sword beams, colliding with Prince Zhong's attack. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with smoke and dust, blocking everyone's eyes. They could only hear the arena crumbling. But they didn't know how the battle was going. Many people thought that Ling Xiao was bluffing. But there were also many people who believed that Ling Xiao had an even stronger fusion skill. After all, if 4 swords could fuse, why couldn't 5 swords? Now, the God Devil Order owner, Dragon Mother, Revenge Alliance leader, and Heavenly King suddenly understood why Ling Xiao had proposed such a condition previously. Perhaps the meteorite iron and sea soul jade were also the key to cultivating a sword technique. At this moment, they were regretting. They regretted giving Ling Xiao such a good item. Rumble. In the smoke and dust, Neptune's fury kept retreating, and the spear intent kept weakening. The power of 5 swords in one was simply too terrifying. This made Prince Zhong's expression extremely ugly. As for the audience, they were anxiously stomping their feet because they couldn't see the battle situation. The power of these 2 people's attacks was simply too terrifying. Impossible! How is this possible? Prince Zhong was completely flustered. The Heavenly King's sword art's second move had gained an advantage, which made him full of confidence. The power of the third move was at least 2 times stronger. So, he thought that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao and even kill Ling Xiao. But how could he have expected that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying attack hidden? At your wit's end? How stupid! Ling Xiao is so confident in one-on-one combat. How could he not have any trump cards? How could he be exhausted? I have miscalculated. Even though he knew that he had miscalculated, Prince Zhong couldn't accept such a failure. He desperately channeled his true essence, hoping to block Ling Xiao's attack. Rumble! There was another loud sound, and Neptune's fury retreated again. And the spear intent had almost completely dissipated. No! Prince Zhong screamed as his body was directly sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. A mouthful of blood with fragments of internal organs was spat out from Prince Zhong's mouth. It spilled all over the ground. At this moment, Prince Zhong's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. His body was actually covered in blood. There were countless wounds, all of which were cut by the sword qi. The most troublesome thing was that his blood was gradually turning purplish-black. That was an obvious sign of poisoning. At this moment, the smoke and dust finally dispersed. Nearly half of the stage had been cut. But fortunately, it didn't completely disappear, and the approximate range could still be seen. Prince Zhong was at the edge of the stage, and Neptune's fury ruthlessly stabbed into the gap of the stage. In the end, it didn't fall down. Chapter 3483. King Zhong struggled to get up, constantly coughing out black blood. His eyes were already somewhat blurred. Everyone was completely stupefied at this moment. They simply did not know what had happened. Just now, it was clearly King Zhong who had launched the final attack. It was clearly King Zhong who wanted to end the battle. How did the situation change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Ling Xiao was practically unscathed. But King Zhong was clearly seriously injured. This was definitely not a problem that could be solved with pills. It was impossible to recover in a short period of time. I'm going to kill you! The Heavenly King jumped up. Not only did Ling Xiao cause the death of his son, but he also severely injured his brother. With his violent temper, How could he control himself? Big brother, it's fine. It's just a small injury. I won't die. If you come up now, I will completely lose. King Zhong shook his head and swallowed 2 pills. One was an antidote pill, the other was a healing pill. Although it was impossible to recover in a short period of time, it was still better to recover a little. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. He still had a real trump card that he had not taken out. How could he lose like this? Although he was in a sorry state. Although he looked seriously injured. His eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. He was not completely at a loss. Admit defeat. It was not easy to cultivate to this point. I have already killed Prince Tian. I don't want to kill you anymore. Ling Xiao looked at King Zhong, who stood up and said indifferently. No matter what the other party's trump card was, he could not lose. The other party had a trump card, but so did he. Moreover, his trump card was incomparable. However, he had to admit that King Zhong was powerful. 5 swords in one. It was the power of all the sword techniques he had cultivated in the 9 sovereign sword arts. He was still unable to knock King Zhong off the stage. This King Zhong was also a tenacious guy. He liked tenacious guys. Moreover, there was actually no deep hatred between him and King Zhong. If there was, it was because he killed Prince Tian. But that was an eye for an eye. He really did not want to kill King Zhong anymore. There were only so few experts in the western region. The real enemy was the owner of the God-Devil token. Admit defeat? No! Impossible! Ling Xiao, I have to say that you are really the most terrifying genius in 1,000 years. No, 10,000 years. If you're still alive, not only will the western region be yours in the future, even the entire Black Tortoise continent will be yours. But unfortunately today, I must defeat you. Prince Zhong clenches his teeth. After eating some pills, he feels that his body is much more comfortable. His injuries did not seem to be that serious. Hee, thank you for the praise, but I still will not give you first place. Ling. That guy is really shameless. He actually accepted Prince Zhong's words. That's right. What number 1 genius in 10,000 years? That's all he can do in the western regions. Cough, cough, you can't say that. Otherwise, wouldn't the Blood Axe Serpent clan be worse than a fart? S. You should have followed up with another attack. I don't think so. Ling Xiao smiled. I didn't chase because I felt that there was no need. Because no matter what trump card you have, you are not my match. What if it was Sea God Arts? King Zhong sneered. I comprehended it from Sea God's wrath. To be honest, I don't know what level of martial skill it is. But it is definitely much stronger than my previous attack. Although your 5 swords in one is powerful, you are still not my match. Hee, that's just what you think. Don't you think that you are a bit too conceited? From the beginning you said that you would defeat me in 3 moves, but in the end? 3 moves have passed, and it seems that you are the one who is seriously injured. And not me! Now, have you not learned your lesson? Ling Xiao mocked. I have no sympathy for people who don't know life from death. I admit that I don't want to kill you, but if you insist on going about things the wrong way, I don't mind killing one more person from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. I heard that my nephew tried to snatch your dragon race friend back then. Later on, he did get it. Although that was just your scheme. But it is also because you are weak. Presumably, in order to deal with him, you must have worked very hard during this period of time, right? To be able to reach today, it is really not easy. To be honest, I don't want to kill you, but you killed my nephew, so I must take revenge. King Zhong was not angered by Ling Xiao's mocking. He seemed to be very calm. You are wrong. Prince Tian is not worthy for me to chase after. My goal has always been the 4 major regions. Even the God-Devil Order Master is just a stumbling block on my path. Sooner or later, I will move him away. You people, your horizons are too narrow. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Is that so? It is a pity that your goal will end here. In the end, you are really unlucky to have met me. King Zhong was somewhat surprised, but he immediately calmed down. The youth in front of him was unexpectedly calm. It even made him doubt himself. My luck has always been good, and what I like the most is to go against the heavens and change my fate. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. You are not the heavens, so you can't decide my fate, Ling Xiao said clearly. Ha ha, everyone can show off their bravery before they die. But it is a pity. King Zhong laughed wildly. Then, he suddenly became serious. The Neptune's fury in his hand pointed at Ling Xiao. Then King Zhong slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. It just looked slow. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be submerged by the sea. Everything became silent. Only the sea was roaring. It was surging. Ling Xiao could not even see King Zhong's figure. He could not see the stage. He could not feel the spear intent. What a terrifying spear technique! Could this be the so-called Neptune arts? Is this the martial technique of the Neptune's fury? Ling Xiao had to admit that even if it was Dark Frost, she would not be able to win against King Zhong's spear. But he could. Sometimes a nemesis was like that. It was just that he, Ling Xiao, might be the nemesis of all martial artists. Neptune arts, that should be a Peking-level martial technique. It is the strongest martial technique that the Neptune Emperor used in the past. Then Ling Xiao can be considered lucky to die under the Neptune arts. Unfortunately, he is not like King Zhong, who can cultivate a martial spirit and can communicate with the weapon. He is unable to comprehend the martial technique of the weapon. The God Devil Token's owner shook his head. He knew that everything was over this time. Shifeng, don't feel regretful. After that kid dies, his corpse will be handed over to you. You can do whatever you want with it. He turned to look at one of his most capable subordinates, and said indifferently, Thank you, master. Shifeng was overjoyed. Chapter 3484. Ling Xiao couldn't hear the sounds from the outside world at all. At this moment, he was like a person isolated by the world, a person imprisoned by the sea. In addition to the sea, there was still the sea. In addition to the sound of the sea, there was still the sound of the sea. He knew how terrifying this spear was. It was many times more powerful than the Heavenly King's spear art. The Heavenly King's spear art was only a mid-level king-level martial technique. It could only reach the power of a high-level king level with the help of a weapon. And this move was a true peak king-level martial technique. Although he couldn't hear the sound and couldn't see the opponent, Ling Xiao could still feel that danger was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Now, he had 4 choices. First, he could use the Heavenly Tyrant martial soul to resolve the crisis. But there were too many people present, and it would easily cause trouble. Second, he could use the Bloody Rat to resolve the crisis, but the price was a bit high. He had just reached the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, and would definitely fall back. Third, he could quickly comprehend the 6th sword art, the 7-star Heavenly Falling Sword art. Anyway, he had the materials and the 7-star sword, so there shouldn't be a problem. 6 swords into one. His fusion technique would reach the power of a Peak King-level martial technique, which would definitely not be inferior to the opponent's attack. Fourth, comprehending the Ice Age martial techniques under immense pressure was actually the most difficult of all. But Ling Xiao hoped that he could do it. Because the Ice Age was such a powerful weapon in his hand, but he couldn't use the matching martial technique. That would be too much of a waste. And the greater the crisis, the greater the pressure, the easier it would be to comprehend. Anyway, he had the life backtrack skill. Even if he was really killed, so what? Thinking of this, he abandoned all distracting thoughts and closed his eyes. Comprehend the opponent's attack, and at the same time comprehend his own unique skill. The Ice Age and the Wrath of the Sea God were both ancient emperor weapons, but they had the same effect. Although Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to cultivate the acquired martial soul like King Zhong and reach the heart and mind realm, but he believed in his own perception. He believed in his outburst under the crisis. In the eyes of the outside world, he was simply waiting for death. He had completely given up resistance. No, I have to go up and help him. Dark Frost was anxious. At this time, she could no longer remain calm. Even if Ling Xiao lost, she couldn't just watch as Ling Xiao died. The moment Prince Zhong used the sea god's secret art, Dark Frost was already unable to maintain absolute trust. She could not let her brother take any risks. However, when she rushed to the front of the stage, she was stopped by Lin Mei. Dodge! Dark Frost roared. Calm down. I care about Master more than anyone else. I don't want Master to die. But I knew that he wouldn't die so easily. You'd better stay here. Once you step onto the arena, it would be considered a violation of the rules, and Master would lose. I won't allow that to happen. Cold Plum shook her head and refused to back down. Who cares if he wins or loses now? So what if he loses? He'll still get the chance to go to the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. I can't risk it. I don't want to attack you. Dark Frost shouted. Cold Plum still shook her head and refused to back down. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Dark Frost. While Dark Frost was extremely nervous and anxious, a karate chop landed on the back of her neck. The one who attacked was Long Qin. Let your palace master have a good rest. Boss, he won't die so easily. Long Qin and Cold Plum had followed Ling Xiao the longest. They had followed him from the Sky Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent. They knew Ling Xiao better than anyone else. I really don't know where they get their confidence from. Are they all sick in the head? The people from the Celestial Empire mocked. At this time, Ling Xiao had obviously given up resisting. How could there be a chance for him to turn the situation around? He was simply daydreaming. They're just deceiving themselves. Not to mention that Ling Xiao, even Dragon Mother and I wouldn't dare to take this attack head on. The leader of the Vengeance Alliance sneered. That's right. This time, that kid won't be able to escape. Dragon Mother was also very sure. Even the owner of the God Devil token couldn't see any possibility of Ling Xiao turning the situation around. He didn't understand where Long Qin and Cold Plum's confidence came from. On the side of the Hall of Souls, Warrior Soul and Battle Soul were also very confused. Dragon Shark King couldn't help but say, "Don't joke around with Ling Xiao's life. Although you're also boss's brother, you've been in this group for too short a time. You don't understand how terrifying boss is." Long Qin shook his head and said, "Thank you for caring about boss at this time. But you just have to wait and see." Cold Plum and Long Qin didn't blindly believe in Ling Xiao. There was a reason why they believed in him. Ling Xiao hadn't used his strongest trump card yet. How could he die? Dragon Shark King maintained his silence and looked at the arena. Time seemed to slow down all of a sudden, and a cloud of misty water vapor actually appeared on the stage. In an instant, the mist froze and blocked everyone's vision again. They couldn't see what was happening inside. They could only wait anxiously. At the moment when their vision was blocked, they only saw that King Zhong's attack was less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. And these 3 meters might not even take a second. Extreme Cold Domain? Don't struggle needlessly. Your Extreme Cold Domain can only delay my attack for a moment at most. You still have to die. Prince Zhong was betting everything on this attack. With his current cultivation, he could only use a Peak King stage martial technique once. Moreover, he was seriously injured. If he couldn't hit his opponent with this move, or if he defeated his opponent, then the one who lost in the end would definitely be him. But he had no regrets. He had gambled everything on it. Because he believed in the power of this attack. He also believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to dodge it. This attack almost engulfed the entire arena. Unless Ling Xiao jumped off the arena, it would be useless no matter where he fled. Moreover, it was faster than words could tell. It would take a lot of words to describe this spear, but in reality, only an instant had passed. Not only was this spear extremely powerful, but it was also extremely fast. Ling Xiao didn't respond to King Zhong. Under the terrifying killing intent, his potential increased at a crazy speed. It had already climbed to 100% of the cultivation C. He wasn't far from the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. However, breaking through seemed to still need some things. It was impossible for the time being. However, Ling Xiao had entered a mysterious environment at this time. The surroundings were a world of ice and snow. On the vast ice plains, a person holding a long sword faced a ferocious enemy with such confidence and calmness. The enemy was like a puppet in front of him. The terror of ice, the root of ice, was freezing. This was the true essence of the Ice Age. Suddenly, that figure overlapped with Ling Xiao's figure. Ling Xiao's eyes instantly opened. And at this time, King Zhong's deep-sea fury had already reached a meter in front of Ling Xiao. What? Chapter 3485. When King Zhong saw Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly open, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. But at this time, the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. He gritted his teeth, and the attack still went down. I have to thank you? If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend this Ice Age's Ice Emperor's sword technique. Ling Xiao smiled. The huge Ice Age in his hand suddenly turned into a sharp longsword. It was no longer so huge that he could hold it with one hand. But it was more agile. Ice Emperor's sword technique's first move, instant freeze. Impossible! King Zhong's eyeballs popped out. How could he have thought that Ling Xiao actually comprehended the Ice Emperor's sword technique at the last moment? This guy was not a genius, he was simply a monster. A terrifying monster. Crack! The ice cracked. A person walked out from inside. It was King Zhong. Although he was seriously injured, he did not die. He walked very steadily. Ah! Suddenly, he raised his head and roared at the sky. King Zhong's roar seemed to ignite the enthusiasm of the scene. The martial artists of Heavenly Dynasty, myriad countries, and Revenge Alliance all cheered. King Zhong won. Ling Xiao was dead. This was the ending they thought it would be. Otherwise, how could King Zhong walk out of that frozen domain unscathed? Ling Xiao! Dragon Shark King suddenly rushed towards the stage. His eyes were red. Clearly, he was extremely angry and dissatisfied. It was not easy for him to recognize such a brother, and he planned to be a good brother forever. But Ling Xiao died just like that. Battle Soul and Battle Soul were also trembling all over. They had long formed a lifelong friendship with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was killed, how could they not be angry? Fortunately, Dark Frost had fainted. Otherwise, when she saw this scene, how sad would she be? This might be the only thing worth rejoicing over. Wait a minute! Longchen stopped Dragon Shark King. What else do you want? He's already dead. Don't tell me you don't even let me collect his corpse. I don't want to scold people, but your way of doing things is too stupid. Dragon Shark King was furious and did not give Longchen any face. However, the angrier he was, the happier Longchen felt for his boss. It meant that the Dragon Shark King truly wanted to be Ling Xiao's brother and friend, not just a pretense. However, he still couldn't let the Dragon Shark King go up. Because he was too familiar with Ling Xiao, he could even sense Ling Xiao's aura. Although it was very weak and almost non-existent, it was not a problem for the Dragon Clan at all. Dragon Shark King wanted to attack but was restrained by Cold Plum and Longchen. At this time, on Tadogua's side, the Koi King was so excited that his face was red and his body was trembling violently. Saliva flowed out of his mouth. Prince Zhong! Ah, Prince Zhong! You are the most outstanding and powerful man in the eyes of the Koi King. I've been completely conquered by you. At this moment, she had completely forgotten about the pitiful Prince Tian. Prince Zhong was the one she was willing to marry. Ling Xiao, the person she hated the most, was also killed by Prince Zhong. This really made her the most excited. Son, your uncle has taken revenge for you. The Heavenly King looked up to the sky and sighed. The depression in his heart was finally eliminated. It settled. In the future, the Western region will probably be the world of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. And the throne of the #1 martial artist can probably only be Prince Joan. Sigh, our avenging alliance had better make a decision early and rely on the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. The avenging alliance's leader sighed. To him, this decision was very difficult. Because the Heavenly King's sect in the avenging alliance had a deep enmity with the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. But if he didn't rely on them, he would probably be destroyed by the Heavenly Emperor dynasty in the future. It was better to be more sensible. What are you still doing there? Still not announcing the result? The God Devil Token's owner glanced at the female martial artist beside him and said coldly, "That Ling Xiao won't be able to live." "Yes, master." The female martial artist was still in incomparable shock at this time. She didn't expect that the peerless genius would actually die like this. "I announce that the winner this time is the Heavenly Emperor dynasty, Prince Joan. Prince Joan will also become the champion of the God Devil Invitational Tournament," the female martial artist announced loudly. Following the announcement of the result, earth-shaking shouts sounded out at the scene. The God Devil City's audience also did not expect that this final battle would actually be so exciting. In the beginning, Ling Xiao suppressed Prince Joan. Then, Prince Joan counterattacked and injured Ling Xiao. Following that, Prince Joan attempted to eliminate Ling Xiao with his third move, but was counterattacked by Ling Xiao, turning the tables beautifully. He had no choice but to use his final trump card, the Sea God Art, and finally ended this battle that lasted for a long time. In the end, it proved that ginger was still spicier with age. Prince Joan, the strongest genius in the Western region 20 years ago, was already the strongest genius now. Dragon Mother obtained the Sea God's fury for a full several years before finally seeing through the mysteries of the Sea God Art. However, he had only managed to learn 2 of the moves. But this Prince Joan comprehended the first move of the Sea God Art in a mere 2 hours. This kind of terrifying talent, probably even the geniuses of the 4 major regions were also inferior. Big Brother Ling Xiao. Where's Big Brother Ling Xiao? Ming Xuan suddenly woke up and screamed like a madwoman. The warrior soul and battle soul both lowered their heads. They did not dare to speak. "I'm asking you a question." Dark Frost was anxious. "There's no need to ask. That Big Brother Ling Xiao of yours is already dead." The Heavenly King looked over proudly and laughed mockingly. "He killed my son, serves him right." "Dead? Big Brother Ling Xiao is dead? Impossible, you're lying to me, I'll kill you." Dark Frost was different from other girls. If other girls encountered their loved ones being killed, they might directly collapse. But she was different. The negative emotions in her personality were completely exposed. She glared fiercely at the Heavenly King and directly pounced over. It was only at this moment that Dark Frost understood how important Big Brother Ling Xiao was in her heart. It was more important than she thought. Ling Xiao's death was like digging out her heart and soul. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. All right, today's God and Devil Invitational Tournament was very exciting. Shi Feng, go and deal with Ling Xiao's funeral. I'll leave his body to you. Also, because Ling Xiao was killed, I've decided to send Dragon Shark King in after a comprehensive evaluation. The owner of the God and Devil token stood up and said, "I don't care. None of you can take away Big Brother Ling Xiao's body." Dragon Shark King roared. Hee hee, Dragon Shark, what are you doing? Don't curse me to die, I'm still alive and well. All the ice shattered, and Ling Xiao's figure appeared. The laughter made the scene dead silent. Many people looked at Ling Xiao as if they had seen a ghost. Dark Frost, Dragon Shark King, the Warrior Soul, and the Warrior Soul were all stunned for a moment. They were completely stunned. How could someone who was clearly dead come back to life? Hee hee, I've already said that boss won't die so easily. I'm sorry, Brother Dragon Shark. Longchin smiled and untied the Dragon Shark King. What's going on? I don't know how to express my feelings at all. Dragon Shark King did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 3486. What do you mean by dead or not? I'm fine. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't come out for a long time was because he had just comprehended the Ice Emperor's sword art, and used the first move of this sword art to defeat King Zhong. He was comprehending that feeling there. He had to remember that feeling in order to better unleash this attack. I lost. I never said that I won. King Zhong walked down the stage by himself. Ling Xiao still showed mercy in that attack. According to Ling Xiao's meaning, it was to thank him for letting him comprehend the Ice Emperor's sword art. This made King Zhong very depressed. His roar was not because of victory, but because of grievance. That stunning sword had left a deep shadow in his heart. At that moment, he was like a puppet in front of Ling Xiao, unable to resist at all. Instant freeze! What a terrifying move! King Zhong still remembered the name of that move. God Devil Order Master, you are powerful, but your eyesight is really not that good. I clearly didn't die, so why did you say that I died? Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the God Devil Order Master, revealing a bit of ridicule. The God Devil Order Master's expression was incomparably awkward and also very surprised. Just now, with his cultivation, he actually didn't detect the slightest bit of Ling Xiao's aura. This loss of face was really a bit big. Other than him, the expressions of the others were also quite interesting. Especially the people of myriad countries, Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and Avenging Alliance. Each and every one of them looked like they had eaten feces. Their originally wonderful smiles instantly became mournful. How can this be? How is this possible? Under such a powerful attack, he actually didn't die. The Koi King fiercely smashed the ground as if he had gone crazy. Dragon Mother's expression was also not good. She had just mocked the Dragon Shark King for choosing an idiot friend. In the end, she was slapped in the face so quickly. The Heavenly King was the most depressed person. He thought that his son's death had been avenged, and the depression in his heart had been eliminated. But now that he saw that Ling Xiao didn't die, not only did that depression attack again, but it also became even more intense. So much so that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, and his body couldn't help but shake a few times. Obviously, he was very angry. Divine Devil Order Master, can you announce the results again? Ling Xiao said loudly. Looking at the exciting and complicated performances of those people, he was extremely calm. Cough, cough. In this round, because Ling Xiao didn't die, Prince Zhong took the initiative to walk off the stage, so Ling Xiao won and took first place. Cold Plum ranked second. Prince Zhong is third. Although the owner of the Fiend God token was embarrassed, he was still a big shot and had a good attitude. After a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure and announced the results again. But to be honest, he still didn't understand how Ling Xiao managed to hide his aura. To be able to do it without leaking anything at all, it was simply incomprehensible. The top three all received pretty good rewards. The third place was a healing pill. For Prince Zhong, this was the best. The second was a set of king-level martial skills. For Cold Plum, this was a timely help. Although her strength had increased greatly after fusing with the Butterfly Girl, she was still lacking in martial arts. It was probably because she hadn't found the part of her martial arts memories yet. This set of king-level martial skills just happened to come in handy. The reward for the first place was up to Ling Xiao to choose. They were 5 9th-level reincarnation divine realm monster cores, 4 of which happened to be the 12 beast-type monster cores. One was a peak king-level martial skill. The other was an immortal-grade emperor weapon. Ling Xiao finally chose the first one. For martial arts, he had the Ice Emperor Sword Art, and the 9 Supreme Sword Art. For weapons, he also had the Ice Age. So naturally, the first reward was the most helpful to him. After refining the 4 cores into beast souls, he believed that it was time for his cultivation base to rise again. After the 3 of them received their rewards, they returned to their respective formations. The Dragon Shark King asked in surprise, Ling Xiao, I don't understand, how did you do it? King Zhong's attack was so terrifying, it was very difficult for you to block it. Before Ling Xiao could answer, Dark Frost had already hugged Ling Xiao's leg and cried very sadly. But in this sadness, there was also some joy and happiness. After experiencing despair and then hope, Darkfrost's heart had a roller coaster jump. For a moment, she didn't know how to express her feelings. Actually, it's not a big deal. I comprehended the Ice Emperor sword art in the midst of danger. Ling Xiao smiled. There was nothing to hide. I see. No wonder at that moment, I felt the cold air on the stage suddenly skyrocketing. That's the reason why you released the Ice Emperor sword art. But you were actually able to hide your aura so cleverly, that's too terrifying. The Dragon Shark King sighed. It's nothing. If I pretend to be an ordinary person, even the God Devil token owner won't notice. I already knew how to conceal my aura when I was in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Another reason was that Prince Zhong's attack was able to completely conceal my aura. Even if he was defeated, the barrier created by that attack still exists, and I froze it into ice. Under the dual effect, I'm afraid that other than Longchen and Cold Plum, who are the most familiar with me, no one else will be able to detect my aura. Ling Xiao explained. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. Let's think about what to do next. Since the slots have been filled, the next step should be to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Let's distribute the 5 extra slots. Longchen walked over and said, Let's go back to our place first. There shouldn't be anything else here today. There were too many eyes. Ling Xiao didn't plan to talk about things here. Right at that moment, the God Devil token owner suddenly stood up and smiled. Now, the 6 treasures and 18 people to open the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum have been gathered. But there's still one thing missing. That's the Ancient Emperor Mirror that can consecrate the 6 treasures. If anyone can obtain the Ancient Emperor Mirror, the 6 keys will truly take effect. Ancient Emperor Mirror? Yes, the Ancient Emperor Mirror is in the Ice City where Wanghua lives. Below the Ice City, there's a cold pool that's 10,000 meters deep. It's extremely cold inside. Only Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists can enter. Only Western Region martial artists can enter. So if you want to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, I'm afraid you'll have to make a trip to the Ice City and take it out. Of course, I'll give whoever obtains the Ancient Emperor Mirror 4 slots, and let him choose 4 people to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. It had to be said that the words of the God Devil token owner were very attractive. Especially those from the major forces who didn't obtain a slot. 4 slots, if they could obtain it, it would be very different. And to Ling Xiao, this Ancient Emperor Mirror was also a must. Otherwise, if he couldn't enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. He had worked so hard to get to this point, and he didn't want to give up halfway. Chapter 3487. Dohun, Battlehun, you 2 go back to the Green Zone first and take the chance to escape from this troublesome place. We'll go there to fight for the Ancient Imperial Mirror. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Dohun and Battlehun. Before entering the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, you 2 need to cultivate more and try to break through to the Rebirth Divine Realm. That way, you'll have a better chance of winning. Otherwise, I won't bring you in. You'll just be throwing your lives away. Alright. The 2 were very straightforward because they knew they weren't strong enough. They'd only be a burden if they followed. Ling Xiao watched them leave. The people of Celestial Devil City didn't do anything. It was obvious that their target was Ling Xiao. Dohun and Battlehun were just small fries that they didn't care about. Cold Plum, you continue to cultivate in my martial spirit world. Longchen, Dragon Shark, you 2 go ahead and investigate the situation in Ice City. Darkfrost, we'll take care of things here and set off immediately. Ling Xiao had completely become the leader and backbone of this small team. Especially after he defeated Duke Zhong, whether it was out of friendship or respect for him. Even the Dragon Shark King was willing to listen to his orders. When Ling Xiao's group began to move, the Myriad Countries, Vengeance Alliance, and Celestial Emperor Dynasty began to move as well. Celestial Emperor Dynasty currently had 2 spots to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, but they weren't satisfied. If they obtained the Ancient Imperial Mirror, they'd have 5 more spots. Naturally, they'd fight for it. Thus, Celestial Emperor Dynasty and Duke Zhong headed straight for Ice City to seize the mirror while the rest returned to their strongholds. Myriad Country's Dragon Mother, and Kong, and the Vengeance Alliance's leader, Linglong's Saintus, headed for Ice City first. The rest went to their respective strongholds under the leadership of King Koi and Feng Fei. No one expected the team led by King Koi and Feng Fei to encounter something strange along the way, although the two of them didn't take the same path. However, the situation was exactly the same. While King Koi was leading the team forward, a sudden gust of wind blew in front of them. It was a strange gust of wind that was black in color. It was as if a terrifying beast was about to swallow them whole with its bloody maw. The aura of danger and death spread. "Run!" King Koi felt that something was wrong and immediately gave the order. All the Myriad Kingdom martial artists fled. Then, the Demon Eye King saw a horrifying scene. A huge black hand reached out from the black whirlwind and grabbed her sister, the Koi King. Even though the Koi King struggled with all his might, he was powerless in front of the huge monster. In an instant, the storm disappeared. The Koi King also disappeared at the same time. The martial artists of Tato Land looked at this scene in horror, not knowing what had happened. He had never heard of such a natural disaster in the Archean Divine Tomb. "I saw it!" The Demon Eye Monarch's body was trembling non-stop. Her eye captured an even more bizarre scene. There seemed to be a human face in the storm. It was this face that had swallowed the Koi King whole. Feng Fei's situation was exactly the same as his brother's. He was also taken away. The martial artists of the Revenge Alliance were also dumbfounded. "Big Brother Ling Xiao, do we really have to take the risk to fight for the ancient Imperial Mirror? In fact, although that thing is useful to us, I believe that the other powers will fight for it. That's why the Imperial Tomb should open. We just have to wait." On the way, Dark Frost voiced her doubts. "The ancient Imperial Mirror is only one aspect. More importantly, the cold pond mentioned by the Fiend God Token Master made me think that there might be other treasures hidden there. I told you before that I need some things to complete my 9 sovereign sword arts. I haven't gathered all 9 swords yet. Additionally, the cold pond might be more useful for comprehending the Ice Age. I have to make a trip there as well. Paying attention to the ancient Imperial Mirror is only one aspect. If those people can't get it, we can go get it ourselves," Ling Xiao replied. "So that's how it is. Big Brother Ling Xiao's considerations are much more comprehensive than mine." Dark Frost finally understood Ling Xiao's intentions. The fight for the ancient Imperial Mirror was more intense than expected. Besides the 4 powers, the remaining neutral martial artists were all heading towards Ice City. Because everyone wanted to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. It was a chance to soar to the skies, so no one would miss it. Among these neutral martial artists, there was no lack of powerful people. Although they were lone travelers, their strength was probably not inferior to the top experts of the 4 powers. They usually kept a low profile because they didn't want to get into trouble. But when it was time to fight, how could they give up? Meanwhile, the Fiend God Token Master in Fiend God City was paying close attention to everything through his subordinates. In his opinion, this was just a game. There were too many martial artists in the West region. Although they were all trash, it would be troublesome if a few geniuses appeared like the Ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 Ancient Emperors. That was why the Primordial Divine Tomb was opened. One of the objectives was to use the West region martial artists to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. The other objective was to eliminate them. Those who came were all geniuses or experts. These people would either die here or become slaves of the 4 major regions and return to the West region. Either choice could ensure the safety of the 4 major regions forever. The Fiend God Token Master would be very happy if the West region martial artists killed each other. It would be enough as long as there were a dozen or so people left. After a day's journey, Ling Xiao and Dark Frost had arrived at Ice City. At this time, although Ice City was still under the control of Wanghua, their control was obviously weakened a lot. After all, with the power of Wanghua, they were still unable to fight against the other three major forces and the neutral martial artists. In many aspects, they could only endure. Anyway, those who came here basically wanted to enter the underground cold pool of Ice City. They didn't have to stop them. Only reincarnation divine realm martial artists could enter the cold pool. If others wanted to enter, they would have to have some magic treasure. Otherwise, they would die if they went in. After arriving at Ice City, Ling Xiao found the message left by Long Qin, saying that he had entered the cold pool. Long Qin and Dragon Shark King were together, so Ling Xiao didn't have to worry. Both of them were kings of the water, and their strength was in the reincarnation divine realm. "Girl, you stay up there and help us at any time. I'll be back soon." No one knew what would happen outside, so leaving Darkfrost outside was obviously safer. Darkfrost was also obedient. She nodded and sat down on the cold pool. No one dared to approach the place where she stayed. After all, her strength was there. Whoever disturbed her was simply courting death. Ling Xiao actually didn't have much interest in the ancient Emperor Mirror. Just as he told Darkfrost, he came here, first for the Ice Age, and second for the 9 Supreme Sword Art. In the past, he didn't know that there was such a cold pool in Ice City. Since he knew, he must have come to try his luck. Just as he entered the water, Ling Xiao felt that the Western Region God Tomb map had a reaction. Chapter 3488. The moment Ling Xiao entered the water, he felt the map of the Western Region's divine tomb flicker. It guided him in one of the directions. This made him happy as he dashed in that direction. When he reached a depth of more than 5,000 meters, he found the 10,000 Kingdom sword hidden in an extremely hidden crevice. With the 10,000 Kingdom sword and the Sea Soul Jade, he could cultivate the 10,000 Kingdom Sea Sword technique. At this point, he could already cultivate 7 sword techniques. He wondered what it would be like. Just as he put the 10,000 Kingdom sword into his storage ring, the map of the Western Region's divine tomb suddenly shook even more violently. This time, it's probably the ancient Emperor Mirror. Although I don't need it, it's still a good thing if I can get it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao used the Canopy Beast's ability to merge into the water and disappeared without a trace. After diving for nearly 5,000 meters, he was almost at the bottom of the cold lake. The map of the Western Region's divine tomb was almost completely lit up. Ling Xiao was absolutely sure that the ancient Emperor Mirror was here. And he also felt the aura of a person. This meant that someone had found the ancient Emperor Mirror before him and was trying to take it away. The martial artists who could enter this cold lake were all experts. But even if it was Dragon Mother or the leader of the Avenging Alliance, he was not afraid. Moreover, he had the Canopy Beast's beast soul, so his survival ability in the water was almost at its peak. Even if he could not win, he could retreat safely. Although he did not particularly need the ancient Emperor Mirror, it would be good if he could get it. Therefore, he sneaked in the direction of that figure. In the eyes of others, there was no one there. It was just water. When he was almost there, Ling Xiao felt that person's aura through the water. It's actually Dragon Mother. After all, this is Ice City, the territory of the 10,000 Kingdom. Dragon Mother is one of the top forces in the Western Region. It's not surprising that she was the first to find the ancient Emperor Mirror. After discovering that it was Dragon Mother, Ling Xiao did not intend to leave. Even if you get the ancient Emperor Mirror, I will create some trouble for you. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come here for nothing? Ling Xiao chuckled. He didn't like Mother Dragon. It wasn't just because she kept staring at him and wanted to kill him. Moreover, it was because Dragon Mother was too heartless. She could even abandon her own son. What else could this woman not do? Of course, if the Dragon Mother entered the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum, it would be extremely troublesome for him to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. It would be best if he could kill this old woman. However, his current ability was probably not at that level yet. Since that was the case, he might as well annoy the other party a little. Dragon Mother seems to be afraid of something? Ling Xiao realized that although Dragon Mother knew the location of the ancient sovereign mirror, she hadn't done anything. Only when he looked over there did he realize that there was a giant python in the cold pool where the ancient imperial mirror was. The strength of this frost pool giant python had reached the 3rd level of the 1-star reincarnation divine realm. Even the Dragon Mother would be wary of him. She would try her best not to provoke him. The giant frost pool python was currently in a deep slumber, and did not seem to be aware of its surroundings. 2 reactions? Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the map of the Western Region Divine Tomb actually had 2 reactions. One was the ancient sovereign mirror, and the other was similar to the reaction of the 10,000 Kingdom sword. Could it be that the giant frost pool python swallowed a sword? Ling Xiao immediately opened his Tai Chi eye. Through the giant frost pool python's stomach, he really saw a sword. It's the demon supreme sword! Moreover, there are many weapons and martial artists' corpses in the giant frost pool python's stomach. It seems like someone once used the demon supreme sword to fight with the giant frost pool python, but was killed in the end. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. It was extremely important for him to gather the 10 swords as soon as possible. The other materials could be found in the 4 major regions. However, if he missed out on the 10 swords, he would never be able to find them again. As long as he could get the Demon Supreme Sword, he would have 8 swords. Only the Heavenly King's Sword and the 8 Immortal Swords were left. However, there was still some time before the primordial Divine Tomb closed. He believed that he would have a chance. For now, he had to get the Demon Supreme Sword first. If he wanted the Demon Supreme Sword, he had to fight with the giant frost pool python. However, with his strength, it was really difficult. Although it was difficult, he could give up the ancient sovereign mirror, but he could not give up the Demon Supreme Sword. It seemed that he had to make use of Dragon Mother. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He would let the giant frost pool python torture Dragon Mother. It would also let Dragon Mother kill the giant frost pool python. Then, he would benefit from it, and get the Demon Supreme Sword. He believed that it would be difficult to defeat Dragon Mother with his strength. However, if he just wanted to snatch the Demon Supreme Sword from the giant frost pool python's stomach, it would not be too difficult. Thinking of this, he sneered and quietly hid nearby. Dragon Mother was fully focused on the ancient sovereign mirror and the giant frost pool python. She was not in the mood to care about the situation around her. In addition, Ling Xiao's concealment ability was extremely strong. Therefore, it was normal that she did not discover him. Dragon Mother was only 4 to 5 meters away from the ancient sovereign mirror. Ling Xiao smiled. "Old woman, I'll let you suffer today." Using the Canopy Beast's ability, Ling Xiao controlled a small stream of water and directly hit the giant frost pool python's eyelids. Although the attack was not strong, it was enough to wake up the sleeping giant frost pool python. Dragon Mother was about to succeed. She wanted to take the ancient sovereign mirror without alarming the giant frost pool python. However, at this moment, the giant frost pool python's eyes suddenly opened. Dragon Mother was shocked and hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps away. She had to retreat. This giant frost pool python was extremely strong. If she was suddenly attacked at such a close distance, even she would feel a headache. What's going on? Why did this evil beast suddenly wake up? Damn it, I was just 1 step away, but I failed at the last step. Dragon Mother was very depressed. Originally, she only wanted to take the ancient sovereign mirror and turn around to leave. With her ability, she was definitely able to do this. However, she had never expected that the giant python in the cold pool would wake up at the most crucial moment even though she had done everything perfectly. It woke up without any warning. Not only did it give her a fright. Moreover, her plan had been foiled. Next, if she wanted to get the ancient sovereign mirror, she could only fight head-on. Roar! The giant frost pool python's voice was different from ordinary pythons. The roar was very terrifying. With a roar, the water in the entire cold pool began to stir crazily. If Ling Xiao did not have the Canopy Beast's beast soul, it would be a little troublesome now. As for Dragon Mother, she was not afraid. After all, she was from the Sea Clan. The water was her main battlefield. The giant frost pool python's roar and the breath it spat out was cold. It was so cold that it made people tremble. Those huge eyes were like two small suns, shining with silver-white light. Chapter 3489. Bastard, are you trying to gather everyone here? Dragon Mother frowned. Her body trembled as she struck out with her palm. If the frost pool giant python continued to roar like this, it was likely that even more people would come. By then, it would be hard to say who the ancient Emperor Mirror would belong to. Just as she had expected, the giant python's roar was heard by all the experts in the frigid pond, and all of them gathered around her. Those who dared to enter the cold pool were not weaklings. No one was afraid of anyone. Although the giant python of the cold pool was very powerful, it could not intimidate those experts. Bang! Dragon Mother struck out with her palm. The water condensed into a huge palm and smashed onto the python's head. The python's head was flung away. It was a little stunned. Perhaps the python did not expect that a mere 1 meter tall member of the sea race would dare to attack it. It did not react in time. But Dragon Mother did not care about this. After that palm strike, she followed up with another attack. She did not give the python a chance to fight back. This time, Ling Xiao had a feast for his eyes. Although he hated Dragon Mother, he had to admit that this woman was terrifying. The python, who was also at the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm, could not resist her. This woman was really fierce. After all, she hadn't used the Neptune's Fury yet. If she used that, it would be even more terrifying. Roar! The python was enraged. It was forced to this extent by a mere member of the sea race. Did they really think it was a pushover? With a roar, it finally found an opportunity. A terrifying cold air was spat out, freezing the surrounding water. And Dragon Mother's attack speed was significantly reduced. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the python smashed its tail on Dragon Mother's body. Dragon Mother was sent flying. She spat out blood. Die! Dragon Mother, who was vomiting blood, became even angrier. Ling Xiao had always wanted to know what Dragon Mother's true form was. Today, he finally saw it. This fellow was actually a huge sea snake. After transforming into a huge sea snake, it was like two super beasts fighting. Dragon Mother's advantage was even more obvious. The battle lasted less than a minute. Dragon Mother smashed the python's head with her body. Chance! Ling Xiao knew that his chance had come. At this time, Dragon Mother was returning to her human form. Since the frost pool python was already dead, he did not need the ancient imperial mirror. As long as he kept the frost pool python's corpse, he would be able to obtain the demon sovereign sword. The ancient sovereign mirror was already in Mother Dragon's hands. She looked at the mirror in her hands excitedly. He listened to the sound of water flowing around him. He laughed disdainfully. What's the use of coming here? The item is already mine. She put the ancient sovereign mirror into her storage ring. Naturally, he did not intend to tell anyone. Humans were selfish, and Dragon Mother was no exception. For the sake of Wangue, she naturally wanted as many martial artists as possible to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum to take risks. Just as the woman was focusing all her attention on the ancient Imperial mirror, a voice suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao released the water giant, swept up the corpse of the giant python in the cold pool, and threw it into his mountain river world. The demon sovereign sword was taken out, and the corpse of the frost pond giant python would turn into a beast soul. After fusing with the Tianping beast's body, the Tianping beast's beast soul was upgraded. At that moment, the frost pond giant python disappeared in front of Mother Dragon's eyes. This made Mother Dragon furious. She obtained the ancient imperial mirror, and naturally did not want to let go of the frost pond giant python's corpse. After all, this corpse was also very useful. Especially the frost pond giant python's demonic beast core, which could be used for many things. Ling Xiao! Mother Dragon finally discovered Ling Xiao. Because at this moment, she did not need to focus so much on one thing. And Ling Xiao also exposed himself in order to obtain the Frost Pond giant python's corpse. But at this moment, Ling Xiao did not care anymore. He already got what he wanted. Why did he have to hide it? Damn guy, this Frost Pond giant python was deliberately awakened by you, right? Mother Dragon thought of this possibility in an instant. Just now, she found it strange that her actions were so careful. How could she make a mistake? Now, the truth was finally out. It was Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao, this despicable guy. Hee, you're right, but there's no reward. Ling Xiao did not care and laughed. Old woman, don't be too greedy. You already obtained the ancient imperial mirror. It's fine if you give this corpse to me. Besides, you're the one who is stupid. Who can you blame? Do you think I'll let you go? Mother Dragon said coldly. There's no God-fiend token owner here to protect you. Even if I want to kill you, you can't do anything. Haha, old woman, there's something wrong with your brain. If I'm afraid that you'll kill me, would I still be here? Would I still show myself? Think about it carefully. What will happen when others find out that you obtained the ancient imperial mirror? At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled slyly and shouted with all his strength. Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother obtained the ancient imperial mirror! Just this one sentence made Dragon Mother tremble with anger. Mother Dragon originally wanted to hide this secret. But now, Ling Xiao shouted it out. It was probably impossible to hide it anymore. I can also say that you took the ancient imperial mirror, Mother Dragon said coldly. Do you think everyone else is an idiot? The God-fiend token owner once said that whoever obtains the ancient imperial mirror will be given 5 slots. Who doesn't know how to check who has more slots? Do you really think everyone is an idiot? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, someone's here. I have to go. Stop. Mother Dragon instantly released the Sea God domain in an attempt to trap Ling Xiao. But it was useless. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao melted into the water and disappeared. The canopy beast's beast soul was too useful in the water. Ling Xiao was really glad that he obtained this beast soul in the past. Otherwise, to be honest, this trip to the cold lake would really be a bit troublesome. Damn it! Mother Dragon gritted her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do. In terms of escaping ability, Ling Xiao wasn't bragging. At least in the entire western region, no one was his match. This guy, was I really wrong back then? If I let Koi rope him in to join Myriad Kingdom, perhaps today's situation wouldn't be like this, right? Damn it, what is this Ling Xiao's background? His talent is so terrifying and his ability is so powerful. It's really hard to figure out. Even though Mother Dragon hated Ling Xiao to the core, she had to admit that Ling Xiao's ability was too strong. So strong that it made her jealous. It's time to go. Mother Dragon had already obtained the ancient imperial mirror and didn't plan to continue staying in the cold lake. Bingqing was her stronghold. When she reached Bingqing, she would have more confidence. In an instant, she rushed out hundreds of meters away. A distance of tens of thousands of meters didn't take long at all. She soon arrived outside the cold lake. But the troublesome thing was that there were many other people floating out of the cold lake with her. And even the people outside were staring at her. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.